Chapter 4896. Dipankara Buddha, you are also a host body of the world will. I wonder who will wash away your hostility and murderous aura? Lin Ling said with a smile. The people of the universe. Dipankara Buddha's eyes looked into the distance as if saying that he could be a demon for the people of the universe, but the people of the universe could punish him. Hee, I guess only Senior knows if the people of the universe can wash away your hostility and murderous aura. Lin Ling naturally did not believe Dipankara Buddha's words. At the critical moment, Dipankara Buddha would definitely not commit suicide. I can tell you my origin. Lin Ling said again, I am the oldest creation god of the universe. I am one with the host body of the final world will. He is the destruction of the world, and I am the creation of the world. As soon as he said that, Dipankara Buddha's eyes flashed. If what Lin Ling said was true, then Lin Ling was the creator of all gods. He could not help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's smile was both real and fake. If it were other gods, Dipankara Buddha would be able to see through them at a glance. That was because he was the Buddha of the past. However, he could not see through Lin Ling. Therefore, it was difficult to evaluate whether Lin Ling's words were true or false. You said that you are one with the final world will. Do you have any proof? Dipankara Buddha asked. There is no proof. I feel that I have the power of the world will. Perhaps that is the case. Lin Ling replied. Dipankara Buddha fell into deep thought again. At first, he almost believed Lin Ling's words. However, Lin Ling's next sentence reminded him that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will. Since he was the host body of the world will, how could he be a creator? Your Excellency Lin Ling, whether you are the creator or not, I want you to convert to Buddhism for the sake of the people of the universe. Dipankara Buddha knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him if he continued to ask. He would only know everything if he refined Lin Ling. Dipankara Buddha, nice move. Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Dipankara Buddha definitely did not capture him to take care of Lin Ling. Benefactor Lin Ling, I apologize for offending you. If you violate the harmony of heaven, I, Dipankara Buddha, will bear the responsibility. Dipankara Buddha began to close his eyes and chanted Buddhist mantras. A gentle light enveloped Lin Ling, sending him into the 18th level of hell. Rumble. The place where Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged split open, and Lin Ling fell downwards. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling saw endless Buddhist light all over the place. He felt as if he had entered Buddha's body. Large amounts of Buddhist scriptures materialized and gradually appeared, hovering and lingering about. At the same time, in the surrounding mountains, all the Buddhists sat down cross-legged and silently recited the rebirth scripture. Endless Buddhist power enveloped the mountain, causing the mountain to shine with golden light in all directions. If one looked at it from afar, they would discover that this vast and magnificent mountain was actually a huge stone Buddha. At this moment, the ancient and simple stone Buddha was radiating colorful Buddha light. It was so beautiful that the giant gods of the universe in the vicinity were all blinking their eyes. They couldn't understand why the three godly gates of White Mountain, which had been quiet for tens of millions of years, would make such a big fuss today, resulting in the scene of tens of thousands of Buddhas worshipping. Rumble. At this moment, the Buddhist light suppressed Lin Ling in the body of the Buddha, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. What was terrifying was that he could not feel any pain, but he could feel that he was melting. It was as if everything in his body was about to turn into the most ancient thing. Bald donkey. Even though Lin Ling had already sensed this scene, he still could not help but curse. Of course, he did not lose his mind because he had also hidden his trump card. Senior Guangchengzi, how is it? Lin Ling asked in a low voice. Now is not the time yet. Guangchengzi's voice was somewhat anxious. If I help you now, Dipankara Buddha will have to wait for him to enter a meditative state before he can catch you again. At that time, even if you escape, he will need 3 breaths of time to wake up. These 3 breaths of time will be the time you need to save your life. However, after escaping from here, how to leave is also a huge problem. Have you found a way out? Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered and hurriedly said, I know that there is a path in the void of 9 states that leads to the chaotic realm. I just need to find that path. The path of domination in the void of 9 states led to the chaotic realm. Back then, little Kunlun and even the giant ghost had left from there. Right, little Kunlun and the giant ghost. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went to inform them. However, the chaotic realm was too vast. In addition, Lin Ling was now in the body of the Buddha, so he did not know if he could inform little Kunlun and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, the critical moment had arrived. Lin Ling discovered that his entire body was beginning to turn illusory. His physical body and divine essence were showing signs of dissipating. The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling could not feel a trace of pain. He could only watch as he dissipated and was then swallowed by the Buddha. When he turned into nothingness, all his secrets would inevitably be revealed. The chaos divine formula, the square prison, the power of the world's will, and everything else. Including Lin Ling's memories, origins, and so on. At that time, Dipankara Buddha would obtain everything of Lin Ling. Not only would he become stronger, but he would also become the god of creation. Hold on, hold on. Lin Ling kept shouting, hoping to hold on for longer and let Dipankara Buddha enter a meditative state. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling sensed that he had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Around him, countless Buddhist chants constantly attacked him like flames, burning Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's body to turn into powder that lingered in the Buddhist chants. At the same time, in the wooden house, Dipankara Buddha's eyes lit up. When Lin Ling dissipated, he vaguely comprehended something. This also increased the speed of his refinement by a notch. Suddenly, he entered a meditative state. It was as if he was in the vast starry sky and saw ancient secrets. Each and every one of these secrets could shake the universe. It would take some time to unearth them and completely understand them. And Dipankara Buddha spent a lot of energy and vaguely understood the first secret. The square prison. One of the 4 oldest prisons in the universe is actually on him. Dipankara Buddha was shocked and continued to investigate. Then, he discovered a power even more mysterious than the power of the world's will. However, when he wanted to completely understand it, suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the Buddha's body. Lin Ling, go! At this moment, Guang Chengzi made his move. He used a powerful method to blast away the surrounding Buddhist power. Eat old son's staff. At the same time, a giant staff appeared and smashed forward. The entire huge Buddha was smashed into a path of life and death. From the outside, one could see a huge hole in the Buddha's stomach. Chapter 4897. Even the great sage, heaven's equal, has been summoned? It's the square prison. Dipankara Buddha was slightly angered. His soul left his body and appeared in the Buddha's body, transforming into a huge Buddha hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. Only then did he recall that Lin Ling had the square prison and could summon the ancient mighty god. Unfortunately, he realized it a little too late. Previously, he was focused on investigating Yi Han's deepest secret, causing him to miss this point. Lin Ling, leave quickly. I'll stop him. Guang Chengzi appeared like a stream of light in the huge Buddha's body. After chanting, the cyclic sky seal descended from the sky and slowly floated towards the huge Buddha hand. The brick-sized cyclic sky seal did not seem to have any power, but when it approached the Buddha hand emitted an anxious voice. Not good. Endless Buddhist light flowed as the Buddha hand exploded, revealing Dipankara Buddha's soul. Clang. At the same time, the cyclic sky seal smashed down, aiming for the head. Even with Dipankara Buddha's strength, he felt dizzy from the impact. Huangchengzi, Dipankara Buddha bellowed. With a thought, the sky shattered as a Buddhist light shot down at an extremely fast speed. After this Buddhist light enveloped Dipankara Buddha, his body rapidly recovered. He's awake. Guang Chengzi knew that Dipankara Buddha was beginning to recover. He could not help but turn to look at Lin Ling and realize that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the exit. However, the Buddha was also extremely powerful. A large number of Buddhist chants floated over and were repairing the exit. Cyclic sky seal. However, Guang Chengzi ignored Lin Ling. The cyclic sky seal smashed at Dipankara Buddha again, causing the latter's body to become unstable. Guangchengzi, I'll remember this grudge. This karma will come to an end, Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice. Bald donkey, you'd better not remember it for too long because I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me if you remember it for too long, Guangchengzi said with a smile. His figure floated back as he activated the cyclic sky seal and chased after Lin Ling. Of course, he was also shocked by Dipankara Buddha God's strength. He had smashed his head so many times, but he was still alive. And this was when Dipankara Buddha had just left his meditative state. If he was at his peak, he would probably be even more terrifying. Of course, Master Guangchengzi was in the four-directional prison, and only one of his clones had come out. He wasn't using his full strength. Take this. The one leading the way for Lin Ling was the avatar of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. With a sweep of his staff, the Buddhist light in the hole flickered incessantly. Everyone, please do your best. At this moment, outside the huge Buddha, tens of thousands of gods and Buddhas sat and chanted Buddhist sutras. All of them were attacking the huge Buddha. In the endless mountains, stone Buddhas of various sizes were also emitting a gentle Buddhist light. This Buddhist light enveloped the huge Buddhas, causing the huge stone Buddhas to be as dazzling as golden Buddhas. What powerful Buddhist energy! However, Old Sun was invincible in the universe back then. Do you think you can stop Old Sun? Bro, just charge. A gigantic ape appeared. It held a gigantic staff in its hand and continuously opened up a path in a frenzy. The staff smashed towards the Buddhist light, dazzling and dazzling. Rumble. The entire huge Buddha was on the verge of collapse. Victorious fighting Buddha, why are you helping an outsider? You are a Buddha god. Behind him, Dipankara Buddha was clearly anxious. Sorry, this avatar of mine isn't the victorious fighting Buddha, but the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The gigantic ape stabbed out with his staff and landed on the huge Buddha's stomach, stirring up the hole that was constantly recovering. Damn you, macaque! Dipankara Buddha couldn't help but curse. Brother Turi! The ape suddenly shrank to the size of an ordinary person and then rushed out of the big hole. Behind him, Lin Ling hurriedly followed and shouted at Master Guangchengzi, "Senior, hurry!" However, after rushing out, Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp. There were countless gods and Buddhas sitting in the sky and on the ground, looking at him majestically. The strength of these gods and Buddhas was terrifying. With Lin Ling's current strength, let alone fighting, he couldn't even win against one of them. Hi, you're all bald donkeys. However, in front of Lin Ling, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was wearing purplish gold armor and holding a huge staff. He laughed loudly as he looked at the gods and Buddhas. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as though he had returned to the time when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His monkey brother was wild. Victorious fighting Buddha, you've already converted to Buddhism. Why are you causing trouble here? A dignified Buddha said coldly. I have countless avatars. The victorious fighting Buddha you speak of isn't here. I'm the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, laughed. Must you save this puny god? Another short and fat Buddha said. My staff. The Buddhas thought that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, would reply, but who knew that the monkey was so wild that he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly smash them with his huge staff. Beat him until he turns the world upside down, ha! The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was like a wild monkey that had charged out of the Five Fingers Mountain. He was extremely arrogant as he swung his staff, not giving anyone face. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were instantly disrupted and were fuming with anger. Brother Monkey, awesome! Lin Ling followed behind the great sage, Heaven's Equal. He was excited to see the great sage, Heaven's Equal, beat up whoever he saw. In his memories, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was at his strongest when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. At that time, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky were fearless. After all, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was unrestrained and unrestrained. He fought with his full strength. Later on, when he went on the path of seeking Buddhism, he lost some of his wild nature due to the additional burden and fear. His strength was greatly reduced. However, after becoming a Buddha, Brother Monkey was very smart. He split himself into avatars. One was seeking Buddhism, one was the great sage, heaven's equal, and one was the stone monkey. As such, they minded their own business. Stupid monkey! A Buddha was so angry that his body trembled. However, he was met with a staff strike. This Buddha god was also incomparably powerful, but after being struck by the staff, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his bald head caved in. Haha! The great sage, heaven's equal, laughed heartily. He held the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands and spun it around like a fiery wheel. Strong winds blew and the entire world seemed to be flipped over. Amazing! The power of the gods is terrifying. Moreover, the strength of his physical body has reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Most importantly, there's a powerful mystique in Brother Monkey's Rui Jingu Bang. Lin Ling gasped. Seeing the gods and Buddhas tumbling around in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Bang bang bang! Countless stone Buddhas tumbled around in the land of the great Buddhas like kites. The scene was spectacular. Monkey, stop playing. Dipankara Buddha has caught up. However, at this time, Guang Qingzi appeared behind Lin Ling and said anxiously, "All right, old brother. I'll take you away." Only then did the great sage, heaven's equal, put away his staff. He pulled out a hair and blew. A mysterious cloud appeared. Lin Ling took a closer look. His eyes twitched. Wasn't this the primordial aura? Could this be the somersault cloud? Using the primordial aura to make the somersault cloud? Chapter 4898. Let's go! The great sage, heaven's equal, roared. His terrifying speed was 10 billion miles per hour. In an instant, the three of them disappeared into the horizon. Amitabha! Evildoers, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Dipankara Buddha appeared. He threw out a Buddha bowl, stepped on it, and chased after them. Behind him, the gods and Buddhas were also chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Of course, the most terrifying was still Dipankara Buddha. Although his Buddha bowl was not as good as the somersault cloud, it had the ability to traverse realms and teleport, appearing around Lin Ling time and time again. However, although the somersault cloud did not have such an ability, it was fast and agile. Every time Dipankara Buddha appeared, the great sage, heaven's equal, would turn and flee, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, making it difficult for Dipankara Buddha to catch him. Evildoers! Dipankara Buddha was also infuriated. Ah, bald donkey, come and catch me. The great sage, heaven's equal, was clearly wary of Dipankara Buddha and did not dare to fight him head-on. However, when it came to escaping, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. Lin Ling, Square Prison has a time limit. We can't be out for too long. If we can't shake them off in this period of time, it's all up to you. Guang Qingzi was not as wild as the great sage, heaven's equal. He said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded. Guang Qingzi and the rest could come out because Lin Ling had given them a big break. However, this kind of break had a time limit. At this thought, Lin Ling quickly patted Monkey Bro to remind him. The great sage, heaven's equal, reacted immediately and grinned, indicating that he understood. However, at this moment, there was a mysterious force circulating in the sky. Time was speeding up. Oh no, that Dipankara Buddha is using his mystique to speed up time. Looks like he's very familiar with Square Prison. Time is speeding up. We have to return to Square Prison. The great sage, heaven's equal, and Guang Qingzi's expressions changed slightly, while Lin Ling was even more anxious. It doesn't matter. Watch what I, old son, can do. At this moment, the great sage, heaven's equal, plucked a strand of hair and blew. Countless great sages appeared and flew in all directions. These clones were difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Dipankara Buddha was momentarily dazzled. Although he had the means to see through the real and fake avatars, he needed some time. In a battle between powerful gods, even an instant was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dreamlike mirage, Dipankara Buddha growled. His eyes became bright like two dazzling suns. Beams of light shot out from his eyes and swept forward. Wherever they passed, all the avatars of the great sage, heaven's equal, were incinerated. However, by the time he saw through everything, the real great sage, heaven's equal, had already disappeared. Amitba, Dipankara Buddha whispered, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He had already determined that Lin Ling was a divergent of the universe and possessed endless secrets. Previously, he was about to obtain the secrets of the universe, but at the critical moment, Lin Ling had escaped. This child's origin is probably even more formidable than the world will host body. I must find him, Dipankara Buddha God muttered to himself. Behind him, endless Buddhist light shot into the distance, frantically searching for Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Moreover, the major sects in the Chaos Realm had also received the news to find a minor god. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was riding on the primordial cloud, rushing forward at a crazy speed. The Chaos Realm is so big. Lin Ling was shocked. With his current speed, in the void of the 9 states, he could travel through the entire void of the 9 states in less than 2 hours. In the Tao realm, it would probably take a day. But in the Chaos realm, it seemed like he was still in the territory of the 3 major sects of White Mountain. Lin Ling, I feel that the square prison is summoning me. I'll go first. At this moment, Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. Then, he bowed slightly and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This guy is too disloyal. The great sage, heaven's equal, said disdainfully. Then he said to Lin Ling, Brother, don't worry. I will bring you out safely. But where are we going? The Chaos Realm is probably the territory of Dipankara Buddha God. If this goes on, he will find us sooner or later. Lin Ling said with a frown. If only we could find my master. The great sage, heaven's equal, said with a sigh. Don't you have a doppelganger with Patriarch Bodhi? You can't find him? Lin Ling was surprised. Sigh, my master has always liked to live in seclusion. If he doesn't want to meet someone, that person will never find him. So my doppelganger is there, but he doesn't know where he is. The great sage, heaven's equal, shook his head. Without the help of the powerful giant gods of the universe, we are no match for Dipankara Buddha God. Lin Ling felt that it was even more troublesome. However, at this moment, a voice transmission came. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling, where are you? The giant ghost's voice was anxious. Apparently, he had guessed Lin Ling's current situation. Lin Ling did not know where he was, so he could only use the voice transmission jade talisman to roughly tell him the direction. Come to the east, I will bring you out. The giant ghost immediately instructed. Brother Monkey, I know how to leave the Chaos Realm. Let's go to the east. Lin Ling said hurriedly. It's easy now that you know the way out. The great sage, heaven's equal, also smiled happily and shot toward the east with Lin Ling. So, after walking for 2 hours, the giant ghost's voice came again. Northwest. They went in another direction, and the giant ghost pointed again. After a long time, numerous mountains of stalagmites that towered into the clouds appeared ahead. These mountains were incomparably huge, and they were like divine mountains. Moreover, there were no plants in the surroundings, and the foot of the mountains was covered in hazy mist, causing one to be unable to see everything clearly. However, Lin Ling could vaguely hear terrifying screams coming from the foot of the mountains. Perhaps the foot of these stalagmite mountains was a forbidden area. An old man stood on top of one of the stalagmite mountains. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be delighted. 8 gods? The great sage, heaven's equal, recognized the old man and couldn't help but be shocked. He's also a giant ghost, Lin Ling said with a smile. Then, he flew down the mountain with the great sage, heaven's equal. Lin Ling, are you all right? The giant ghost came over. He was now wearing a loose white robe. His hair was white, and his beard was elegant. He looked like a divine being who had attained the Tao. Looking at him, he was indeed more like the 8 gods. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, this elegant divine being was a ferocious giant ghost. I'm fine, but do you know how to leave this place? Now, Dipankara Buddha is looking for me. We don't have much time left. Lin Ling said. Follow me. The old man led Lin Ling and the others forward. A moment later, they saw a huge vortex between 2 mountains. That's the path of domination. It leads to the void of the 9 states. The old man pointed ahead and said. Lin Ling was delighted. He hurriedly looked at the old man and said, Giant ghost, aren't you going back with me? The old man smiled and shook his head. Lin Ling, my matter in the chaos realm hasn't been resolved. After I'm done, I'll definitely look for you. By the way, I've also seen little Kunlun. That child is very powerful now. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for little Kunlun. However, time waited for no one. He hurriedly said, then I'll go back first. Chapter 4899. Could. Lin Ling and the giant ghost had known each other for many years, so he was not pretentious. Brother, it's time for me to go back. Have a safe journey. Good. Seeing that Lin Ling was safe, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, also withdrew his Hong Meng cloud. After bidding farewell to Lin Ling, he disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Giant ghost, see you in the future. Good. Lin Ling knew that he could not stay here for long. After bidding farewell to the old man, he immediately shot into the huge whirlpool in front of him. Lin Ling, have a safe journey. Good. The old man looked at the departing Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Unfortunately, he had unfinished business in the chaotic realm, so he could only watch as Lin Ling left. The huge whirlpool was tumbling, and Lin Ling's figure gradually disappeared as if he had merged into the water. However, after entering the whirlpool, Lin Ling did not leave immediately. Instead, he was blocked by a layer of thin film. I heard that the higher one's realm is, the more difficult it is to leave the path of domination. Lin Ling felt that there was a force pushing him, preventing him from entering, and even trying to push him out of the huge whirlpool. He finally knew why the Dipankara Buddha and the other giant gods of the universe did not go to the void of Jojo. It was because it was difficult to enter. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he was only an early-stage high god. If he reached the mid-stage or late-stage high god level, it would be even more difficult. Fortunately, although it was difficult to enter, there was still hope for him to enter if he spent some time. Lin Ling sensed that he had quietly merged into the light film. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he shouted into the distance, Giant ghost, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost was watching Lin Ling leave. When he heard Lin Ling's shout, he could not help but look into the distance and immediately realized that something was wrong. There was a large amount of Buddhist light in the distance. The Dipankara Buddha had found him. Lin Ling. The giant ghost shouted worriedly. Let's go, I'm fine here. When they arrive, I can leave. Lin Ling said hurriedly. When the giant ghost heard this, he suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling again reluctantly before flying into the distance and gradually disappeared. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, a large amount of Buddhist light appeared in the vicinity. Suddenly, an anxious shout was heard, Lin Ling, over there. A god had found Lin Ling. Then, a large number of Buddha gods appeared, and looked Buddha and Dipankara Buddha Dipankara Buddha also appeared. He put his palms together and chanted, Amitba, evil creature, evil creature. He could see that Lin Ling had already entered the path of the Sovereign Lord. It would be very, very difficult for them to catch up. Sorry, bald donkey, but I'm leaving. He said God, 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 Buddha, God, 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 Buddha, God, God. Lin Ling, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. Dipankara Buddha was neither happy nor sad as he looked at Lin Ling indifferently. I like to walk the same path to the end. You're flattering me. Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew that although Dipankara Buddha looked kind, he was actually very hypocritical. Amitba, benefactor, why do you have to do this? Dipankara Buddha was in a good mood and was not angered by Lin Ling's words. It's none of your business. I like to do things my own way. Lin Ling said again, what a pity. You almost got my world will power, but you were just a little bit short. Moreover, apart from the world will power, I actually have many secrets, but you were just a little bit short. Sigh, what a pity. Lin Ling's voice kept drifting over. Even though Dipankara Buddha had a good temperament, his face could not help but turn gloomy. He could ignore Lin Ling's mockery and gloating, But when he thought of the universe secrets that Lin Ling was hiding and how he had almost gotten them, he felt uncomfortable. No matter how good his temperament was, he could not bear it, because he had a feeling that those universe secrets could allow him to dominate the entire era. Lin Ling, who are you? Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice while suppressing his anger. Do you want to know? Lin Ling pursed his lips and continued to mock. I won't tell you. Dipankara Buddha fell silent. He closed his eyes slightly as if he was silently chanting the meditation Buddhist mantra. However, Lin Ling continued, Monk, don't think that I don't know that you're using the world will power to forcibly bring me out. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. You might have been able to do it 15 minutes earlier. Now, I'm going to leave. Also, let me remind you. Although your world will power is Pudu, I also have the world will power, and it has similar special effects as yours. Therefore, I can sense that you're secretly attacking, despicable monk. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling gradually disappeared from the path of Dominator. Dipankara Buddha finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. Previously, he had indeed used the world will power, but he did not expect Lin Ling to escape. Reporting to the gods and Buddhas in the sky. No matter what, you must bring Lin Ling back. Dipankara Buddha disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a cold sentence. The surrounding gods and Buddhas trembled. Dipankara Buddha had always given people the feeling that he was very kind. This was the first time they had heard him speak in a cold voice. This showed how angry Dipankara Buddha was. At that moment, on the path of Dominator, Lin Ling seemed to have entered a vortex and was sucked into it as if he had traveled through time. The surroundings were very small, only allowing two people to walk side by side. It was like a pitch-black hole. But with the passage of time, it gradually became wider. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the path of Dominator. Looking around, the surroundings were like a starry sky. Islands were floating around slowly. On those islands, specks of light flickered. Those were treasures. To the 9 states void, the path of Dominator contained countless treasures. Unfortunately, there were very few people in the 9 states void who could walk here. The only famous one was Daoist master of many treasures. These treasures are useful to martial artists, but not to gods. Lin Ling ignored those treasures and turned into a stream of light, shooting forward. After a long time, he returned to the 9 states void again. Standing in the void, he looked at the vast universe. He had now lived through several eras and witnessed the secrets of the universe. Therefore, when he saw the 9 states void, he felt that the universe was incomparably small. That's the North Territory, my hometown. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked in a certain direction and saw the rainforest sacred land where he had grown up in the past. He suddenly sighed in his heart. When he had been learning martial arts, he had not expected to become so strong one day, surpassing the universe and even fighting against the most ancient gods of the universe. In the past, he had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had not stepped on a few of them, there would probably be no Lin Ling today. Let's go back. Chapter 4900. A moment later, Lin Ling appeared in the Dao Pagoda again. In the distance, the sea was rolling, and the coastline was now a mess with many large holes. This was the place where Lin Ling had been taken away. However, compared to the bustling deity's base, it was now a desolate place. After all, after the War of the Gods, this place was no longer suitable for a port, so no gods came here. I'm back. Lin Ling took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message. Brother Ling. There was no doubt that a shocked voice came from the other side. Lin Ling, you're back. Lei Gong's voice also came. Heavens, didn't you go to the primal chaos realm? Next, the voices of the Yellow Emperor and the others floated over one after another. Someone helped me come back. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was very happy. Although he had killed people like flies and was being suppressed by the gods, he found that there were still many people who cared about him. These people might be the motivation for him to become stronger. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the Yellow Emperor's voice floated over again. Then come back quickly. I can't go back now. There are some things that I must do. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then looked into the distance and said, his eyes full of cold light. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The voice from the voice transmission talisman sounded worried. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei, I wouldn't have encountered such danger. True God Panghua and the others are dead, but Emperor Ziwei is still alive, so he must die. It's because of him that my identity as Lin Ling and Lei Gong were exposed, causing the gods to want to suppress us. This is even more reason for me to kill him. Lin Ling said word by word. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei informing Emperor Yao and the others, how could there be danger? With Lin Ling's temperament, of course he would seek revenge. Lin Ling, let the matter of 10 years ago be in the past. Now, find a safe place to cultivate and then enter the Dao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor advised. 10 years? I've only been in the Chaos Realm for a few days, but 10 years have passed? Lin Ling was astonished and incredulous before a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'm confident in my ability to kill Emperor Ziwei. Alright, then you have to come back after killing Emperor Ziwei. Don't go anywhere else. Seeing that Lin Ling had made up his mind, the Yellow Emperor stopped trying to persuade him. Lin Ling nodded. After chatting with Yu Yu and the others for a while, he put away the voice transmission talisman and flew into the distance. He had a chance to kill Emperor Ziwei during their last battle, but there were too many powerful beings at the time, and Emperor Ziwei was able to escape with his life. This time, however, Lin Ling had obtained a powerful treasure, which was the Immortal slaying sword. He was confident that he would be able to kill Emperor Ziwei. The Immortal slaying sword was a primordial treasure, a chaos divine weapon. However, the banishing immortal sword that the giant ghost had given him was obviously damaged, so it could not be used many times. Dipankara Buddhist God is so powerful. His realm intent is even more powerful than mine. I only managed to escape because of Dipankara Buddhist God's carelessness this time, but I won't be so lucky next time. I have to become stronger. Also, I have to be careful of Dipankara Buddhist God secretly attacking me. As he traveled along the ground, the sea of fog gradually disappeared, and endless mountains appeared in front of him. Not only were these mountains ancient, but they were also lush and filled with rich spiritual energy. Compared to the Chaos Realm, the Dao Realm is much more vibrant. Lin Ling sighed. Although the spiritual energy in the Chaos Realm was richer, it was like an old man on the verge of death. The Dao Realm, on the other hand, was like a young man in his prime. As for Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe, it was like a child. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared in an ancient city. After putting on a disguise, he went to inquire about Emperor Ziwei. Now, the entire Dao Pagoda area knew that Lin Ling had been captured and was probably dead. Therefore, the Heavenly Dao Arrest Order had been cancelled, causing not so many people to pay attention to Lin Ling. And it was not easy to find out the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too famous. Lin Ling used some Dao realm fragments and finally found out the vague whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. This person seemed to be east of the Dao Pagoda and was capturing someone. East of the Dao Pagoda, God-slaying mountain. Lin Ling memorized the name of the place and immediately left the city. The gods who had seen Emperor Ziwei said that they knew that Emperor Ziwei was at God-slaying mountain 3 days ago, and 3 days was enough time to change everything. Therefore, Lin Ling could only try his luck. This person seems to be Lin Ling. When Lin Ling left the city, he passed by a few gods. Those gods stopped in their tracks and were stunned. Then, their faces were filled with astonishment. Although Lin Ling had changed his appearance, it was only a casual change, so it was not difficult for those who had seen Lin Ling before to recognize him. Of course, these people were not too sure. Isn't Lin Ling dead? This must be fake. It's probably someone who looks the same, but his aura is very similar to Lin Ling. My eyes are playing tricks on me. How could Lin Ling escape from Dipankara Buddha? In the end, these gods shook their heads and denied that Lin Ling was still alive. The reason was precisely because of Dipankara Buddha. The area around the Dao Pagoda was very large. Lin Ling exploded with speed and spent a day to finally reach the so-called God-slaying mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that God-slaying mountain was only a mountain, but it was so huge that he could not see the end. According to legend, this was the most sensational place of the great calamity of the world's will. Countless gods had fallen here, so it was called God-slaying mountain. It's too big. It will probably take a lot of time to find Emperor Ziwei. But who is Emperor Ziwei capturing? Lin Ling walked forward and disappeared into the huge and magnificent ancient mountain. Over there. Found him. At this moment, in the magnificent ancient mountain, a large number of gods were flying through the air. The person in the lead was Emperor Ziwei. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. Under his gaze, a god was frantically fleeing for his life at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too strong. He was a giant god of the universe and controlled everything. That person could not escape from Emperor Ziwei's grasp at all. Great God of Spirit Nation, I heard that you are also one of the hosts of the world's will. How about you submit to me? What was surprising was that the person Emperor Ziwei was capturing was actually a great god of Spirit Nation. During the battle at the coast, the Yellow Emperor had recruited several hosts of the world's will. Although Emperor Ziwei did not know the Yellow Emperor's intentions, he had a feeling that these hosts of the world's will would be useful for something. Therefore, after the battle, he secretly inquired about the whereabouts of the hosts of the world's will. In the end, he caught a few gods who claimed to be from the Spirit Nation. Only then did he learn about the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, he heard that this great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be related to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. However, this great god of Spirit Nation secretly left the 3 divine gates and escaped alone. This was even more convenient for Emperor Ziwei. My lord, run. Chapter 4901. Don't kill them. Stop. The North Pole Emperor hurriedly stopped them when he saw that they were about to kill the Spirit Nation Great God. He wanted to recruit the Spirit Nation Great God, so he had to be friendly from the start. North Pole Emperor, we've already minded our own business. Why do you want to capture me? Capture. The fleeing god of the Spirit Nation also stopped in his tracks and glared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. He knew that the North Pole Emperor had his eyes on him. He wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. Capture? Don't put it that way. I just admire your ability and want you to work with me. That's all. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly and walked down from the sky with his hands behind his back. The Spirit Nation Great God and the others were surrounded by the Spirit Nation Great God to prevent them from escaping. A mysterious enchantment quietly appeared, forming an aura that enveloped the Great God of Spirit Nation and the rest. The Spirit Nation Great God stared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. However, he could sense that the North Pole Emperor was not going to let him off easily. My lord! The Spirit Nation Great God and the other gods around him were all looking at him. The Spirit Nation used to be the strongest existence in the 9 states void. However, after the arrival of the Dao realm, they became so weak that they weren't even worth mentioning. Even the Spirit Nation Great God was the same. Even though he was the host of the world will, he was still weaker than an even more ancient god. Among the Spirit Nation Great Gods, one of them was Lord Ning. Great God of the Spirit Kingdom, you came from the void of the 9 continents. You were close to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but for some reason you left them. What surprised me was that the 3 divine gates didn't care about your escape. But don't worry. If you become my great god's tomb, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain won't dare to cause trouble for you. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly. Of course, the Spirit Nation Great God didn't believe him. He knew how terrifying the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were. A mere North Pole Emperor was no match for them. I can become your tomb, Great God, but you have to make them leave first. The Great God of Spirit Nation pondered for a moment before raising his head. He naturally wasn't going to submit to anyone willingly. However, he knew that he had to lower his pride now that he was surrounded. If he could find an opportunity, he would definitely leave Emperor Ziwei's side. As for Lord Ning and the others, following the Great God of the Spirit Kingdom, they would be used against him. In my opinion, it's better for them to stay together. I personally value little gods with bright futures. If they follow me, their potential will be even more extraordinary. However, Emperor Ziwei had seen through the Spirit Nation mighty god's ploy. At the very least, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble before he had complete control over the Spirit Nation mighty god. Damn it! The great god of Spirit Nation cursed inwardly. Now, he had no way to back down. So, what do you think? Emperor Ziwei approached the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom with a friendly expression, but there was a hint of pressure in his voice. The great god of Spirit Nation was silent. Lord Ning and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. As long as the great god of the Spirit Kingdom gave the order, they would strike immediately. They sighed inwardly. In the past, they could cover the sky with a single hand in the void of the 9 prefectures. But here, many ancient gods could dictate their lives. However, as members of the Spirit Kingdom, there was a wisp of the world's consciousness in their bodies that still supported the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. My lord, do you want to fight? Lord Ning asked in a low voice. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom remained silent as he assessed the situation. Sorry to disturb you, but I'm here for someone. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded and broke the seal of the enchantment. Then, a figure slowly walked over. Do you have a death wish? Can't you see that Emperor Ziwei is doing something? The gods around Emperor Ziwei roared majestically. However, the newcomer didn't stop and gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain fell silent. Emperor Ziwei's pupils trembled in disbelief. The great gods of the Spirit Kingdom also looked at the newcomer and were shocked. Lin Ling. They all shouted at the same time. Lin Ling had been taken away by the Dipankara Buddhist god. This was something that everyone in the Dao realm knew. In their opinion, Lin Ling was dead for sure. But now Lin Ling had appeared before them. For a moment, everyone felt that this was too surreal. They all used their divine abilities to investigate Lin Ling, wanting to see if this was an illusion. In particular, Emperor Ziwei was the first to use his divine ability. In his opinion, this might be an illusion created by the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom. However, everything was very lifelike. Piss off! Moreover, when Lin Ling kept moving forward, there were 2 gods in front of him blocking his way. He reached out and grabbed the heads of the 2 gods in midair. Then, like a watermelon, he smashed them viciously. Bam! There was a loud boom as the heads of the 2 gods exploded. No amount of divine power or protective divine energy could protect them. All of this proved that this wasn't an illusion. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Emperor Ziwei also let out a furious roar when he saw that it was really Lin Ling. That's right, I'm not dead. In fact, I've returned. In fact, the first thing I did after returning was to find you. Lin Ling's footsteps faltered as he looked coldly at Emperor Ziwei. His eyes met Emperor Ziwei's, and Emperor Ziwei's body trembled as a sense of indescribable panic welled up in his heart. He had experienced Lin Ling's power a long time ago, and he knew that Lin Ling was no weaker than him. Stop him! Emperor Ziwei quickly thought to himself before pointing a finger at Lin Ling. The underlings of his tomb instantly pounced toward Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even dare to fight. All he wanted to do was to leave. Most of the underlings of Emperor Ziwei's tomb were late-stage high gods, and they all unleashed their full power in an attempt to kill Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's tyrant song sword appeared and pounced toward his enemies. His sword slashed through the air, decapitating his enemies. Divine blood gushed forth. Sword projections flashed through the air like rainbows, slicing through time and slaying divine kings. After just 1 incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Ling. The eyes of the Spirit Nation mighty figures trembled as they stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Emperor Ziwei had come to capture them, and they had nowhere to run. However, Lin Ling's sudden arrival had scared Emperor Ziwei into fleeing, and all of his underlings had been slain. Looks like Lin Ling has undergone a metamorphosis after the battle in the Sea of Fog. The eyes of the Spirit Nation mighty figures flashed. Ever since they parted ways at the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, he knew that Lin Ling was extremely powerful. However, Only now did he realize that Lin Ling was far more powerful than that. Even Emperor Ziwei was afraid of Lin Ling. Is he still Lin Ling? The Spirit Nation mighty figures were still able to accept reality, but Master Ning couldn't. He hadn't seen Lin Ling in a long time, and he didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. He had always thought that the Spirit Nation mighty figure's strength would increase by leaps and bounds after reaching the Dao realm, and that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would at most be on par with them. However, he didn't think that Lin Ling would grow even faster than the Spirit Nation mighty figures in the same place and at the same time. Chapter 4902. Don't worry, Lin Ling is one of us now. The great god of Spirit Nation looked into the distance as if he saw Dipankara Buddha and the Grand Master of Heaven. He knew very well that Lin Ling would not sever ties with him before these powerful world will hosts died. Now they were even allies. Lord Ning and the others were shocked. Let's go. The great god of Spirit Nation did not say much and left immediately. He looked calm, but there were flames burning in his heart. That was the anger of indignation, because he did not want to be the weakest among all the world will hosts. This was very dangerous. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei flew over the ancient mountain and informed Emperor Yao and the others. Why is Lin Ling still alive? Damn it, I was too careless. Now that he is back, he will definitely take revenge. Lin Ling is not much weaker than me. If I am not careful, I might even be killed by him. Emperor Ziwei was extremely angry. The main reason was that 10 years ago, Lin Ling killed true god Penghua and Emperor Yuan with a single sword strike, leaving a heavy shadow in his heart. He was confident that he could not withstand that sword strike at all. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge sword light slashed over, mixed with the terrifying power of divinity and the illusion of slaughter. He caught up so quickly? Right, I forgot that his speed is extremely fast. Emperor Ziwei's mood became even more uncomfortable. The Ziwei sword in his hand also slashed out, erupting with ferocious power of divinity, colliding with Lin Ling's sword. Then, he did not dare to fight and continued to run. His only choice now was to buy time for Emperor Yao and the others to arrive. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from behind. The collision of the two's power of divinity completely disintegrated. But at this moment, a sword appeared above his head and slashed down like a battle axe. Lin Ling had arrived. This speed is indeed heaven-defying. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and slashed out. Lin Ling, don't push me too far. It was Emperor Yao and the others who harmed you back then, what does it have to do with me? At the same time, Emperor Ziwei cursed angrily. You don't have to explain. I only have one goal today, and that is to sacrifice you to my sword. In the sky, Lin Ling slashed down like a giant, shaking the heavens. Rumble. The two swords collided, erupting with a terrifying power of divinity. But this time, Emperor Ziwei was on guard, so Lin Ling's eternal killing world didn't have much effect on him. Even so, Emperor Ziwei was still struck by a sense of foreboding. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. Sure enough, Lin Ling suddenly grew in size and used Panga Strike. Heaven and Earth Slash. The power of divinity's heavens slash. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged curse as he tossed out the mountain and river painting to stop Lin Ling before immediately fleeing. But Emperor Ziwei knew that this was only a temporary measure of time. 10 years ago, he had used this technique in the Sea of Mist, but it had still been destroyed by Lin Ling. Rumble. Sure enough, the universe in the sky continued to tremor, as if a giant was creating a new universe and destroying everything. In just a few moments, a huge fist stretched out and tore apart the stately painting. Crap, these guys are even more powerful than they were 10 years ago. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had thought that the mountain river map would last longer, but he didn't think that it would last even longer. Run! Emperor Yao, are you still not going to appear? Emperor Ziwei's speed increased even further. However, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted behind him. The sky and earth trembled, and Emperor Ziwei turned around to see his face turn deathly pale. He was greeted by the sight of a giant whose head reached the heavens and feet stomping on the ground chasing after him. All of the mountains he encountered along the way were destroyed with a single stomp. He was like an invincible being. Most importantly, not only was this giant massive, but his speed was also insanely fast. The distance between Emperor Ziwei and the giant was also constantly shrinking. Over there. Cold sweat poured down Emperor Ziwei's forehead as he stared ahead and discovered a huge city. He immediately transformed into a purple streak of light and shot toward the city. Who's going to help me? Emperor Ziwei let loose an explosive roar before they had even reached the city. His voice caused the entire city to tremble. Countless gods looked up into the sky with rage, but they were all surprised to see Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 divine emperors, and he was not someone normal gods could afford to mess with. Something's not right. Look, Emperor Ziwei seems to be in a hurry. And he's asking us to help him? All of the gods had their own speculations, and they all wanted to go and help him. Bam bam bam. However, deafening booms soon erupted, as if the heavens were exploding and the earth were being torn apart. Then, under the gazes of countless gods, a gargantuan giant galloped toward them from the distance. Most importantly, this giant's long hair flowed down his back, and his upper body was bare, giving him an extremely ferocious appearance. That looks like Lin Ling. Some people stared intently at the giant's face, and they recognized him. There were many gods in the city, and 1 or 2 of them had also appeared in the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and they gradually began to recognize Lin Ling. The host body of the realm intent, Lin Ling. Cries of surprise erupted, and all of the gods froze in place as they stared into the distance with dumbstruck expressions. Emperor Ziwei is being hunted down by Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for them to see what was going on, but they remembered that Lin Ling had fought Emperor Ziwei to a draw during the Battle of the Fog Sea. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help me, or I'll kill all of you. Emperor Ziwei was enraged by the fact that everyone was just watching without doing anything. I'll reward anyone who helps me with boundless Dao realm fragments. Emperor Ziwei yelled again. Lin Ling is the host body of the realm intent, and everyone has the right to kill him. You'll be doing the universe a favor by killing him. However, all of the gods in the city began to stir upon hearing this, and they all began to flee in different directions like a pack of rats. This was supposed to be a vast and boundless city, but it was instantly reduced to an empty city. Emperor Ziwei was dumbstruck. Not only were these pieces of trash not helping him, they were fleeing instead. You pieces of trash. Emperor Ziwei was struck by the urge to throw up blood. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had witnessed the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and Lin Ling had made a name for himself. Unless they had a god like Emperor Yao leading them, they wouldn't dare to fight against him. They would be committing suicide. Take this, Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei had wasted some time in the city, and Lin Ling was drawing closer and closer to him. His fist was like a massive boulder crashing toward him from afar. The gargantuan city was swept up by gale-force winds, and the buildings tumbled like straw in the air. That one fist swept through most of the city. Emperor Ziwei's expression shifted drastically, and he had no choice but to fight back with all his might. Boom. Chapter 4903. Meanwhile, at this moment, the giant arrived. He attacked crazily as if he wanted to destroy everything, destroying the entire city. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rocked heaven and earth. Half of the ancient city had already been destroyed, and now Lin Ling had completely destroyed it. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei was forced back again and again, and his Ziwei sword was being bent by Lin Ling's massive fists. There was no way he could block them. If this were any other time, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to suppress Emperor Ziwei. After all, his innate talent fusion could only match Emperor Ziwei's. But now Lin Ling had used his trump card, Pangu Strike, and his power had skyrocketed. Mountain River Map. Emperor Ziwei was forced into retreat, and he unleashed his mountain and river painting again. This treasure of his was indeed extraordinary. It had just been destroyed by Yi Han, but he could use it again in a short period of time. The Mountain River Map is said to be a self-contained universe. This is a combination of a powerful divine staircase and a chaotic holy tool. Look, Emperor Ziwei has used the Ziwei star. Lin Ling is probably going to die in the mountain river map. What a joke! You guys didn't see the Battle of the Sea of Fog, right? At that time, Lin Ling had already destroyed the mountain river map. What? Everyone was discussing spiritedly in the distance. Some gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog sneered coldly, causing many people to draw sharp intakes of breath. They all knew that Lin Ling was the host body of the realm intent, but they didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Why don't we go and help? A god suggested in a quiet voice. The host body of the realm intent is determined to destroy the world. Now that Lin Ling is still able to suppress it, this is also a good opportunity. In the future, it will most likely be difficult for him to ascend to the heavens. Even more gods agreed with this idea. However, not only did the gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog not help, but they also fled further and further away. Boom. Sure enough, just as they thought, Lin Ling was trapped in the stately painting for only half an incense stick's time before a fist broke the stately painting. Then, the giant's figure descended once again. As for the gods who were trying to help, they had just approached the stately painting. When they saw this scene, all of them were so frightened that their mouths trembled. Even Emperor Ziwei's lips were trembling. This was because Lin Ling was breaking through his mountain and river map even faster than before. Kill me? The giant looked down at the earth, and it was as if he could hear the voices of the gods. This reminded Lin Ling of the battle of the gods in the Fog Sea. At that time, the gods were his enemies and only wanted to kill him. He didn't care about what he had done in the past. I, Lin Ling, am the host body of the world will. Whether I want to destroy or save the world, what does that have to do with ants like you? You dare to kill me? That Lin Ling threw out a punch, and the size of his fist was comparable to half a city. Run. Run my A**. We can't run now. Everyone, activate your power of gods and kill him. Countless gods roared and activated their powerful techniques to resist Lin Ling's punch. Ding ding dang dang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's punch was like a divine fist of steel. Any powerful attacks that landed on it were all blocked. They couldn't affect it in the slightest. This is too heaven-defying. Seeing the massive fist hurtling toward them, the gods who had attacked all turned as pale as paper. Boom. When Lin Ling's punch arrived, they were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Some of the gods who still had the protection of Dao realm cultivators were relatively lucky and were taken away by the Dao realm cultivators. Get lost. Lin Ling's leg was like the sun, moon, and stars. It swept out horizontally and shattered the heavens. Bam bam bam. Everywhere it passed, the gods in the surroundings exploded like flies. There were countless casualties. Lin Ling, how dare you kill us? Even more gods yelled anxiously as they fled for their lives. Haha, I'm the host body of this realm's consciousness. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to save you? Lin Ling laughed maniacally. His voice reverberated through the heavens, and the nearby area trembled incessantly. A giant? This was nothing more than a giant that could split heaven and earth apart. Then Lin Ling let out an explosive roar. His voice was like a divine staircase that exploded forward. The powerful energy compressed the space and formed a terrifying sound wave that blasted a few early-stage high gods to pieces. As for intermediate gods, there was no need to even look. The sound waves created by Lin Ling's fist could directly crush them into pieces. North Pole Emperor, hand over your life. Ignoring the weak gods around him, Lin Ling started to pounce toward North Pole Emperor. Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor gnashed his teeth in anger. Ever since he became one of the 4 divine emperors, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? He was being hunted down and forcibly suppressed in the ancient city. This was a great humiliation. However, even though this was a great humiliation, he couldn't face Lin Ling head-on. Time, the most important thing is time. North Pole Emperor was well aware that time was of the essence. regardless of whether it was waiting for Emperor Yao and the others or Lin Ling's invincible divine abilities. North Pole Emperor's 7 stars. North Pole Emperor activated all of his divine power. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were bloodshot. Countless ancient divine emperors appeared around him before transforming into streaks of purple light that surged into his body. At this moment, his body also grew infinitely taller as his divine power skyrocketed. In the end, he was already as massive as Lin Ling. He was a giant, and an ancient giant at that. His divine power had also reached a terrifying level of 15 billion. With such divine power, insta-killing a higher god was as easy as breathing. Take this. North Pole Emperor slashed out with his sword. The sword transformed into a North Pole Emperor's divine light that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers as it slashed toward Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor, I didn't expect you to have this hidden technique. Lin Ling roared. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to tremble as cracks spread. Then he unleashed a punch. Rumble. The two giants collided, creating a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. If this had happened in the void of the Kingdom of the Nine States or any other universe, this collision would have reduced everything to nothingness. How terrifying! Many gods had fled far away as they watched the fierce battle between the two giants. They could sense that the ferocious power unleashed by them could easily destroy all of them. Lin Ling is only a higher god, but his strength is comparable to a giant god of the universe. If he becomes a giant god of the universe, he'll definitely destroy the world. Even more people's hearts trembled. They wanted nothing more than for North Pole Emperor to kill Lin Ling. Rumble. At this moment, blood gushed out like a river, like an ocean, and dyed the sky red. Lin Ling had been wounded by North Pole Emperor's sword. His arm had been sliced open, and his body crashed into the ground like a gargantuan mountain. Boom! The entire earth tremored as countless ancient mountains crumbled. Dust and dirt soared into the sky, and the entire world became as dark as the underworld. Chapter 4904. Rumble. However, right at this moment, heaven and earth began to tremor violently as a giant rose from the ground. It was Lin Ling. You're not dead. Emperor Ziwei's body shuddered. My sword strike can sever the sun and moon, sever karma, and sever past and present lives. Why aren't you dead? With my powerful physical body, all curses, laws, and the great Tao of heaven and earth are useless against me. Lin Ling stepped forward with a boisterous laugh. His arm was still dripping with blood, and this came as quite a surprise to him. After all, his power of divinity was invincible. Yet Emperor Ziwei was still able to wound him with his power of divinity. If Lin Ling hadn't unleashed his Pangu strike, that sword strike would have most likely been enough to kill Lin Ling with ease. Emperor Ziwei is a god emperor who has reigned for several generations, and he has far too many divine abilities and monarch techniques up his sleeves. I have to kill him right away. Lin Ling sensed the passage of time to discover that the power of his Pangu strike was also continuing to weaken. Lin Ling pounced forward and unleashed a barrage of fists that crashed down upon Emperor Ziwei. Rumble. Purplish-golden blood gushed from Emperor Ziwei's entire body as the Ziwei star appeared above his head. Heaven and earth crumbled as the two of them battled, and countless gods perished as a result of their battle. Lin Ling. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in the distance. Emperor Yao had arrived with countless vicious weapons. Help me, Mr. Emperor Yao. Emperor Ziwei was holding on for dear life, and he couldn't help but yell for help upon seeing Emperor Yao. In reality, he had been fighting Lin Ling with all his might. After all, he had been extremely wary of Lin Ling from the very beginning, and he didn't dare to battle Lin Ling. I'll definitely help you. Emperor Yao was extremely fast, and he was also a half-naked giant with his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He stared intently at Lin Ling, and his heart thumped like thunder. Just like Emperor Ziwei, he was extremely shocked to see Lin Ling return alive, and a strong sense of horror welled up in his heart. Even Dipankra Buddha couldn't suppress Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was too heaven-defying. Moreover, he was absolutely irreconcilable with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also the host of the realm will. If Lin Ling didn't die, he, the ancient emperor, would fall as well. Emperor Yao. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the surging aura behind him, and his expression turned serious. Emperor Yao was very powerful. He was comparable to the Yellow Emperor, and he was 100 times more powerful than Emperor Ziwei. If he allowed these two god emperors to fight him at the same time, he would definitely be forced to flee. Kill Emperor Ziwei first. Emperor Ziwei, your life is over. I saw it last time. The protection of your Dao realm has been used up. If you die this time, your divine altar will collapse, and there is a possibility that you will be reincarnated again. Back then I killed your son, and you came to kill me. Now, it's time for me to kill you. Lin Ling's fists pressed down furiously, causing Emperor Ziwei to break out in cold sweat. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go all out. He roared, "You dare to kill me? I, Emperor Ziwei, have dominated this era and been invincible throughout the world. How could I be afraid of a mere Lin Ling?" He was clearly trying to boost his own morale. Demon vanquishing break. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. As he continued to press down with his fists, the cosmic ray also erupted. He used all his trump cards to kill Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling had a feeling that if Emperor Ziwei didn't die this time, it would be very difficult to kill him again. This was because Emperor Ziwei would probably leave the Dao realm and join the three divine sects of White Mountain. Such a powerful enemy was like a fishbone in his throat. How could he survive? Soul mystique. An invisible pressure descended, causing Emperor Ziwei's expression to shift drastically. He was wary of Lin Ling as he had witnessed all of Lin Ling's trump cards, one of which was soul power. He had always been wary of this technique as he had never thought of a way to counter it. Last time, he had expended countless god emperors to just barely block it. This time, he didn't have that many god emperor avatars left. Even if he did, they had all been obliterated by Lin Ling. "Don't kill me!" Emperor Ziwei stumbled back in retreat. The cosmic ray made his soul tremble. "Lin Ling, you brat, don't you dare!" Emperor Yao's panicked and enraged roar erupted from behind him. Arrogant. All of the gods in the distance were trembling as they witnessed Emperor Ziwei's imminent death. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of the most ancient god emperor, who had conquered all eras and swept through all ages. And this god emperor was none other than Lin Ling. Rumble. The cosmic ray passed through Emperor Ziwei's body, and he could clearly sense that none of his techniques were able to stop Lin Ling's mystique. Only his soul could. However, his soul power was nowhere near as powerful as Lin Ling's. This caused his soul force to continuously shatter. It was like an imperial project that gradually transformed into shattered glass, fell to the ground, and finally dissipated with the wind. Rumble. Emperor Ziwei fell to the ground, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. An ancient four-way god emperor had fallen here. His fall seemed to signify the change of time. God Emperor Lin Ling had risen to power. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao arrived from behind with countless vicious weapons. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he witnessed this scene. An earth-shattering might erupted from the long ruler in his hand. This was the divine farmer ruler. "Ha, Emperor Yao, you're too late." Lin Ling's Pangu strike continued to weaken and finally returned to its former state. He looked at the giant Emperor Yao in the distance and laughed heartily. "Back then, when I reached the Dao realm, you were the first to hunt me down, forcing me to flee in all directions. I walked past the cliff of death many times, but you didn't kill me. Instead, I grew stronger and stronger. Now, I've killed Emperor Ziwei and been crowned emperor. I'm getting closer and closer to you." Lin Ling pointed at Emperor Yao with the tyrannical aria in his hand. As his sword appeared, the gods in the distance trembled, as if they had seen an ancient god emperor. They had to bow and submit. "Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. At such a time, you can still crown an ancient god emperor." Impressive, impressive. Emperor Yao's expression was savage. Back then, he had seen Lin Ling as an ant, a god. But now, he saw Lin Ling as an ancient emperor. "All right, Lin Ling, won't waste words with you. If you want to fight, 100 years later. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. But how could Emperor Yao let him escape? You think you can escape? Emperor Yao roared. His terrifying divine power was even more terrifying than Emperor Ziwei's. It could reverse the universe and change the era. Lin Ling ignored him and turned into a shooting star, shooting into the distance. Lin Ling is escaping. Don't let him escape. Many gods clenched their fists nervously. Now was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yao had to succeed. Kill. Emperor Yao roared. He didn't want to say anything. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Behind him, millions of ferocious weapons were ready to move, charging towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. But at this time, the Immortal Slayer sword arrived, turning into a 10,000 li long divine sword and slashing out. Terrifying laws slashed out. The sky seemed to be cut open, and a huge sword scar appeared in the primordial chi. Chapter 4905. The moment the immortal slaying sword appeared, heaven and earth changed color. Any laws, fate, and reincarnation were all cut off. The immortal slaying sword was too domineering. Heaven and earth fell silent. The gods in the distance felt their hearts explode. In front of them was a sea of blood. They didn't know how many of the murderous weapons were dead or injured. Even Emperor Yao stopped in his tracks. His eyes were trembling as he watched Lin Ling leave. The previous sword was too fast and too dangerous. It made him feel great danger. Fortunately, he had too many murderous weapons and blocked the sword for him. Could it be the sword from that day? Emperor Yao's voice was trembling. He looked back and saw the sea of blood rolling. More than half of the murderous weapons were dead or injured. The lucky ones only had their limbs cut off. Next, painful screams came from the murderous weapons that didn't die. When these screams came together, it was like the most tragic hell in the world. It made people feel cold all over. Emperor Yao's murderous weapons were incomparably famous. In the past, he relied on these weapons to sweep through the most ancient human world. He defeated all the kings of the era. No one dared to challenge him. But now, more than half of them were killed by a single sword. His glory was gone. Emperor Yao didn't say anything. He stood there and recalled the previous sword. Let's go. Then he didn't chase after Lin Ling. He left with the remaining murderous weapons. He was obviously afraid of Lin Ling's sword. He didn't know if that sword had the power of the world's will. After all, Lin Ling had killed true god Panghua and the other two universe gods with a single sword. That was the power of the world's will. If Lin Ling had such a terrifying power of the world's will, it would be even more difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. He had to call for more experts. That day in the Sea of Fog, Lin Ling was suppressed by the various deity emperors. Lin Ling could only passively resist. But today, Lin Ling killed Emperor Ziwei and fought Emperor Yao without losing. In just 10 years, Lin Ling's strength has increased too much. The heavens want to destroy our universe. The worlds will still want to destroy the world. The gods in the distance were discussing. Lin Ling flew into the distance. When he sensed that no one was chasing after him, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, the celestial slaying sword could only be used 3 times. The first time was obviously used to intimidate. Fortunately, the effect was not weak at all. Rumble. After that, Lin Ling increased his speed and violently flew through the air. Where did you come from? How arrogant. What a powerful aura. That looks like Lin Ling. The gods hiding in the mountains sensed the fluctuations in the sky and came out one after another. However, many of them recognized Lin Ling and trembled, not daring to utter a single word. Lin Ling didn't die? Even more people were surprised by this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Now, the entire Dao realm knew that he, Lin Ling, was the host body of the world's will, so there was no need to hide anything. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the Yellow Emperor's territory. Where did you come from? A stern shout was heard. Then from the endless mountains, a towering aura erupted. After the battle in the Fog Sea, the Yellow Emperor's side was now in a state of panic. All the gods had returned to protect Lei Gong and the others. This one is Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at a huge flying dragon on the ground. This flying dragon was as big as a mountain and covered in purple flames. It was extremely impressive. Lin Ling. The flying dragon's body trembled and turned into a man in purple robes. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. It's Lin Ling. It's really Lin Ling. Subsequently, more and more deities recognized Lin Ling and were incredibly astonished. Lin Ling had become famous after the battle in the Fog Sea. They naturally recognized Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor already knows that I'm back. I'll go see him. Lin Ling smiled at the gods. They didn't dare to stop him. They knew that Lin Ling's seniority in the Yellow Emperor's heart was not low. Lin Ling, you're back. At this time, Ji Wading and the others also arrived. They were all delighted and brought Lin Ling to the depths of the mountains. Moments later, on a plain, the Yellow Emperor and the others were all present. Other than the people in Lei Gong's hall, the strongest experts in the Yellow Emperor's tomb were also there. These people all had the strength of the universe's giant gods. Lin Ling, you're back. The Yellow Emperor personally came to welcome Lin Ling. After Lin Ling landed, he bowed slightly to the Yellow Emperor. In the past, he treated the Yellow Emperor as a peer, but now he more or less respected the Yellow Emperor. This was because without the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong's hall would definitely be in danger. Big Brother Ling. Lin Ling. My lord. The people in Lei Gong's hall all gathered around, incomparably excited. I've made everyone worried. Lin Ling could feel that everyone's concern came from the bottom of their hearts. This warmed his heart. During this period of time, he had been constantly fighting outside, and his heart had long turned cold. Only when he saw his family and friends would the warmth hidden in the depths of his heart be revealed. Lin Ling, how did you escape back? Lei Gong and Longyang smiled at Lin Ling and asked. It's a long story. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Ling said. All right. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed. He knew that Lin Ling must have some secrets, so he let the others leave, leaving only his confidants behind. Moments later, a large amount of food and wine was served. Everyone ate and chatted. Lin Ling ate heartily. After so many years, he had not eaten mortal food for a long time. Even though it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat or drink at his current level, he still kept the traditions of mortals. These traditions told Lin Ling that no matter how powerful he would become in the future, he was still a mortal who had entered the spirit through martial arts. In the Chaos Realm, I saw Dipankara Buddha. That old man wanted to refine me, but he underestimated me. I asked Senior Guangchengzi and Brother Monkey for help, and used Dipankara Buddha's carelessness to escape. Later, I saw the giant ghost. He was the one who brought me back. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Ling said slowly, Master, it's Master. The Yellow Emperor immediately became excited. That day, he had informed his master, but he was not sure if his master would receive the news or help Lin Ling. But now it seemed that he was overthinking. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Although Lin Ling said it simply, they all felt that the process must be extremely dangerous. But no matter what, Lin Ling being able to return was enough. However, Dipankara Buddha has probably already set his eyes on me. He will definitely try his best to capture me. At this time, Lin Ling said solemnly. He was at the Yellow Emperor's place. As long as he could find the Yellow Emperor, he would be able to find Lin Ling. This worried Lin Ling a little. This is a little troublesome. The Yellow Emperor also knew Lin Ling's concerns. Then he pondered and said with a smile, Lin Ling, you can enter the Dao Pagoda. This way, Dipankara Buddha will have a hard time finding you. Dao Pagoda. Chapter 4906. The Dao Pagoda is the core of the Dao realm. The one who controls the Dao Pagoda can control the entire Dao realm. Moreover, the cultivation speed inside is faster than in the Dao realm. Of course, it's also more brutal. I, blind, and heartless have all been there before. We saw with our own eyes how the giant gods of the universe were obliterated. However, the Dao Pagoda is divided into 9 levels. The higher you go, the stronger the giant gods of the universe are. At the lowest levels, they probably won't be able to harm you. Lin Ling listened to the Yellow Emperor's explanation and finally nodded. He had wanted to go to the Dao Pagoda for a long time, but he had been delayed by the Heavenly Dao's arrest warrant. Okay, then I'll enter the Dao Pagoda immediately. Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and said, "We'll go too." Yu and the others were now much stronger, so they also wanted to enter the Dao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor nodded. "All of you should go in, especially Lei Gong, Longyang and Xiaoluan. It's too dangerous for you to stay in the Dao realm. Although the Dao Pagoda is dangerous, there aren't as many gods in the Dao realm. It'll be safer for you." Seeing that the Yellow Emperor also suggested that Yu and the others enter, Lin Ling had no choice but to agree. Originally, he didn't want Yu and the others to take the risk. Right? Why are there strong and weak giant gods of the universe? Lin Ling thought of the recent battles and couldn't help but ask curiously. For example, true god Panghua and the North Pole Emperor were obviously stronger. The giant gods of the universe control the universe and transcend life and death. In fact, there's only one realm. There's no strong or weak. However, many giant gods of the universe have cultivated for a long time and have treasures on them. That's why there are strong and weak giant gods of the universe. As for the gods who become giant gods of the universe, each one of them is a god emperor of their era. Changing their fate is as easy as flipping their hands. They are divided into 3 major titles: King class, Saint class, and God class. For example, Emperor Ziwei and true god Panghua are merely king class. Even I am at the king level. The Yellow Emperor kept explaining. Lin Ling gasped. He had thought that since the Yellow Emperor was more powerful, he would have to be at the titled rank. But as it turned out, the Yellow Emperor was only at the king rank. "Lin Ling, you have too many trump cards," Yellow Emperor reminded him. "You can kill a giant universe god, but you can't defeat all the king-level giant universe gods. You have to remember this so that you won't be in danger because of your arrogance." Lin Ling nodded heavily. It seemed that he had to increase his strength again. Unfortunately, he didn't have many treasures in his possession now, so if he wanted to break through again, he would probably have to expend a great deal of effort. "Can the Dao return to heaven be used in the Dao Pagoda?" Lin Ling asked again. "Yes. There are even more Dao realm fragments inside the Dao Pagoda. In fact, there are layers of tests left behind by the master of the Dao Pagoda. Those who complete the tests will be rewarded." The Yellow Emperor said. "Test." Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Although he could obtain a lot of Dao realm fragments by killing people and robbing treasures, it wasn't enough for him to break through. Now that the Dao Pagoda had tests, it was the right time for him to accumulate a lot of Dao realm fragments. "Do you have any other questions?" The Yellow Emperor looked at the crowd, but they all shook their heads. "How about you enter the Dao Pagoda in 3 days?" But everyone agreed in unison. "Lin Ling, you should have rested longer. After all, you've been fighting all this time and haven't had much time to rest. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't leave us much time, so you can only rest for 3 days." The Yellow Emperor said to Lin Ling after seeing everyone nod. 3 days is enough," Lin Ling said with a smile. "You all can rest here. We haven't seen each other for many years, so you must have a lot to talk about." The Yellow Emperor smiled and left with Guan Wading and the others. As for Lin Ling, he accompanied the people in Lei Gong's hall and continued to talk and laugh. They all roughly talked about their experiences over the years. In general, everyone had encountered danger and everyone had their own opportunities. It was just that Lin Ling had encountered the greatest danger and the greatest. This conversation took up most of the afternoon. That night, Lin Ling accompanied Yu and the other 2 girls in the cave mansion. After a long time, the 3 beauties lay on Lin Ling's chest and listened to Lin Ling talk about his experiences over the years. Lin Ling teased his 3 beautiful wives and talked with assurance. His mood was unprecedentedly comfortable. On the second day, they didn't cultivate. Instead, they left the Dao realm and returned to the Lin Ling universe to accompany their families. After all, no one knew how long this trip to the Dao Pagoda would take, so they had to seize this hard-won time. "Ling, you've worked hard." While accompanying Extreme Flame Ancestor also sighed. Every time Lin Ling went out, they would tremble in fear and pray that Lin Ling would return safely. Fortunately, Lin Ling returned safely every time and protected everything. However, when they thought that the battle was over and they could live a peaceful life, the battle was still not over. Lin Ling was forced to become stronger again. This process seemed to be never-ending. However, they felt that Lin Ling was about to reach the end. At that time, no one in this universe could invade their home. In fact, Lin Ling also had this feeling. With his current strength, he could already face Dipankara Buddha. As long as he didn't die, he would definitely be able to catch up to Dipankara Buddha, pursue the universe's most ancient secrets, and even control it. While Lin Ling was accompanying his family, on the other side, the Yellow Emperor's territory also welcomed a large number of powerful enemies. These powerful enemies were led by Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and Great Emperor Xuanxu. They came to suppress Lin Ling. However, the Yellow Emperor did not inform Lin Ling. Instead, he called for the gods in the tomb to resist with all their strength. Fortunately, this battle was not intense. Only a few gods died. In the end, the three great ancient emperors were scared away by the Yellow Emperor's determination. After all, if they really wanted to fight the Yellow Emperor head-on, it would be a matter of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own. 3 short days passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others back. However, on this day, the Yellow Emperor's territory welcomed another expert. This expert was incomparably powerful and came from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. When Lin Ling and the others returned, they found out that the Yellow Emperor had blocked a wave of powerful enemies for them. The current wave was no small matter. Lin Ling, quickly go to the Dao Pagoda. I will stop them. After Lin Ling and the others received the news, the Yellow Emperor solemnly warned them. But Lin Ling did not want the Yellow Emperor to block these powerful enemies alone. Go, I can stop them. Moreover, only if you go to the Dao Pagoda will they change their target. The Yellow Emperor's voice came again, causing Lin Ling and the others to grit their teeth. Under the lead of Wu Ting, they flew toward the ancient Dao Pagoda. In order to enter the Dao Pagoda, each person needed 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments. However, this amount of Dao realm fragments was clearly not a problem for Lin Ling. What Lin Ling lacked was more Dao realm fragments. After a long time, the Dao Pagoda came into view. Looking closer, Lin Ling realized how huge and mighty the Dao Pagoda was. It was like the most ancient god of the universe overlooking the entire universe. Chapter 4907. The Dao Pagoda exuded a terrifying majesty. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were getting closer and closer. Lin Ling, the light under the Dao Pagoda can take you in. Remember, every time you enter, you have to spend 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments. After entering, your Dao realm return to heaven will allow you to leave. However, when you leave, you can only appear at the place where you first came from. Wu Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "The void of the 9 continents?" Lei Gong and the others nodded. So, if we want to leave the Dao Pagoda and reach the Dao realm, we need to take another path? Lin Ling asked. In fact, the Dao Pagoda has paths to various universes, even the primal chaos realm. However, where the paths are, you will need to explore them. Wu Ting said. His eyes looked into the distance and then said apologetically, "Lin Ling, I have to go help the Yellow Emperor. I wish you good luck." Go. Lin Ling nodded and watched Wu Ting leave. He led Yu and the others step by step to the bottom of the Dao Pagoda. Looking up, the Dao Pagoda was suspended in midair, emitting a gentle light. At the bottom of the Dao Pagoda, a huge ray of light shone down. Endless brilliance flowed, incomparably beautiful. That ray of light was the entrance to the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling looked around and found that there were no gods around. It seemed that not everyone could enter the Dao Pagoda. However, it was undeniable that entering the Dao Pagoda was the goal of every god in the Dao realm. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and many ancient gods still haven't entered the Dao Pagoda. Is there a reason? However, they will eventually enter the Dao Pagoda, as well as the great gods of Spirit Nation and the Daoist of many treasures. Lin Ling secretly pondered. Then, without hesitation, he led Yu and the others toward the huge ray of light. As soon as they entered the beautiful ray of light, everyone's Dao return to heaven floated out. Everyone could clearly feel that the Dao realm fragments inside were disappearing. If we don't have enough Dao realm fragments and walk in here, I wonder what will happen? Yu asked curiously when she noticed that there was no pressure around her. Lin Ling sensed for a while and guessed, if I don't have 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments, I'll probably die in this divine light. When everyone heard this, they could not help but shudder. This Dao pagoda was indeed heartless. Lin Ling, there seems to be a change. At this moment, Dragon Lady reminded him. Only then did everyone realize that their bodies were becoming illusory. Then, they began to disintegrate, all of them showing signs of turning into dust. "Milord?" Xingyi asked anxiously. Everyone wanted to rush out of the divine light. They were deeply afraid of dying here. Lin Ling's expression also changed drastically. Was he trying to turn them into nothingness? However, each of them had prepared 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor would never allow them to enter if there was any danger. Don't be impulsive, wait. Forcefully suppressing the thought of escaping, Lin Ling shouted. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone suppressed their impulses and waited quietly in place. Next, the divine light disintegrated all of them, turning them into dust and drifting in the divine light. The most frightening thing was that even though Lin Ling and the others had turned into dust, they could still sense the changes in their surroundings. Then, a huge suction force came, bringing countless dust into the colorful light and drifting away with the wind. This dissipation felt very fast, but it also felt as if it had gone through several eras. A moment later, light appeared on the first floor of the Dao Pagoda. A large amount of colorful dust swirled in the light and gradually began to take human shape. It was Lin Ling and the others. So that's how it is. As his body continued to recover, Lin Ling also came to a realization. Then he looked around and kept shouting, "Lei Gong." However, a large number of figures also appeared around him. It was Yu Yu and the others. "We're in." After Yu Yu and the others appeared, they all said in surprise. It turned out that this was the power of the Dao Pagoda's teleportation. Lin Ling quickly counted the number of people and found that everyone was there. There were Yu Yu and the other girls, Lei Gong, the 3 great world wills, and Nan Wufengyu, young Lin, Xingyi, and the others. Even Sakura, young demon master, and the others had entered together. Not a single one of them was missing. Only then did Lin Ling look around and realize that the sky here was a little gray, as if night had fallen. They were in a large grassland. However, it was terrifyingly quiet, as if there were no traces of people. This is the first floor of the Dao Pagoda? But the spiritual energy here is very rich, 10 times richer than the Dao realm. No wonder everyone came for the Dao Pagoda. Next, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The gods wanted to become stronger. To put it bluntly, it was the process of accumulating the power of the universe. Whoever had more power of the universe would naturally be stronger. Finally, when they reached a certain level, they could use the various powers in their bodies to create their own universe and stand at the peak of the era. However, there were too many gods, and there were not enough resources to share. Therefore, the spiritual energy of the Dao realm in the Jiuzhou Void was not strong. However, here, the spiritual energy was 10 times richer, and it would undoubtedly allow the god's strength to increase faster. It's comparable to the Chaos realm. Lin Ling could not help but smile. However, at this time, an earth-shattering sound came from afar, causing the entire prairie to shake. "There are monsters here," Lei Gong immediately said, "and judging from the aura, these monsters are very strong. I just don't know what kind of divine beasts they are. Let's leave first." Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, it was their first time in the Dao Pagoda, and they were unfamiliar with everything. It was right to be cautious. Everyone immediately flew in another direction, but along the way, they still did not see any gods. All this showed that the first floor of the Dao Pagoda was very, very big, beyond imagination. However, the prairie was still dark. In the depths of the distance, a little bit of starlight vaguely appeared, as if they were eyes, monitoring Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were not weak. When they investigated, they found that there was nothing there. Only the tall grass was fluttering in the wind. It was very strange. There are indeed monsters over there, but they are not weak. When we investigated, they avoided us. Lin Ling reminded them solemnly. Look over there, those eyes have appeared again. At this time, Yu pointed to the other side and said, There are also some over there. Sakura also said. Everyone felt a chill. Even if they were gods, in the Tao Pagoda, they still felt that life and death were out of their control. This feeling was even stronger than when they were in the Tao realm. After all, they could see enemies in the Tao realm, but they could not see them here. There are too many of them. If this goes on, I'm afraid we will be in danger, Lin Ling said with a frown. He was most afraid of such hidden dangers, and there were so many of them. Be careful and protect yourselves. I will go and investigate. Chapter 4908. Do you think those people are illusions? The monsters here are so powerful that they can release illusions to tempt the gods. I don't think so. The monsters that are good at illusions are all near the water, and there is no water nearby. That's right. Let's see if those people are strong. They were talking in low voices. Although they were secretly transmitting their voices, Lin Ling's soul power could vaguely hear something. These people were very cautious. Moreover, they were all late-stage superior gods, and the strongest was only a peak superior god. They saw Lin Ling and the others stop in their tracks. After pondering, they immediately glided towards Lin Ling's side. Their speed was incomparably fast, but what was surprising was that they did not dare to fly too high. They only flew close to the ground. This made Lin Ling even more certain that they were afraid of something. You guys, where did you come from? After the three people arrived, they immediately smiled at Lin Ling. The three of them were old men wearing loose robes, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. Lei Gong and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was silent. Lei Gong hurriedly smiled at the three people and said, We just entered the Tao Tower. Fellow Daoists, why are there so few people in the Tao Tower? I see. The three people's expressions relaxed, and one of the old men smiled and said, This Tao Tower is dangerous. There are monsters everywhere, and they are very powerful. They are the manifestation of the Tao Tower's will, and they specialize in devouring gods to strengthen themselves. The gods do not dare to casually go out and hide in the palace, only daring to come out at dawn. Dawn? Lei Gong was suspicious. That's right. Every day there are 8 hours of dawn, and the rest is darkness. When darkness comes, it is the most terrifying. If the giant gods of the universe are not careful, they will also fall here. What are those palaces? There are many palaces here, located in every corner. They collapse every day and are reborn every day. There is a divine light in the palaces, which is the divine light that brought you into the Tao Tower. This divine light can make the monsters not dare to come close. Alright, you can also leave the Tao Tower in the divine light of the palaces. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that they could only leave from a place that had the divine light of the Tao Pagoda. Where is the palace? Xingyi asked. Then, he said with lingering fear, there are eyes watching us from all directions. Walking on the grassland is too scary. We all want to find a palace to rest. Of course. When night falls, most gods don't dare to go out. It's very dangerous. You guys have just entered the Tao Pagoda, and your bodies are still protected by some divine light. That's why those monsters didn't easily devour you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago, said the old man. What will happen at dawn? This time Lin Ling asked. The three old men glanced at Lin Ling discreetly. Seeing that Lin Ling's realm was not high, they finally relaxed. After all, they'd noticed that this group of people were more or less looking at this young man. Obviously, this young man was the leader of this group, but his strength was rather surprising. At dawn, this place is full of treasures. The earth will grow crazily. Universe-level spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers will wither at night, so dawn is also the time for us to collect treasures. Then how do we get the Tao realm fragments and enter the second floor? Lin Ling asked again. To enter the second floor, you need 10 million Dao realm fragments. The third floor needs 100 million, the fourth floor needs 10 billion, the fifth floor needs 100 billion, and so on. The three didn't hide anything and kept explaining. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others gasped. There were 9 floors in the Dao Pagoda. How many Dao realm fragments would it take to reach the 9th floor? After Lin Ling recovered from his shock, his eyes flashed quietly. These 3 people had answered one of his questions, but there was still one question left unanswered. That was how to get the Dao realm fragments. He felt that there must be a secret behind this. Rumble. At this time, the grassland shook again, and there was a deafening roar. This made the 3 old men's faces change dramatically. They said anxiously, "Go, go quickly, the monsters are coming." After saying this, they ignored Lin Ling and the others and fled into the distance. Go. Lin Ling and the others hurriedly chased after them. They looked back and saw that the grassland was still quiet, but it was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as if some terrifying monster was hiding in the darkness. Looking around again, the eyes from before had disappeared, as if they were afraid of the monster that had made the roar. Moreover, the monster's roar had been following Lin Ling and the others. Obviously, it had locked onto Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling released his soul force to investigate and found that in the distance, a large expanse of darkness was rolling over. What kind of monster was hiding in the darkness? Even Lin Ling couldn't detect it. It's really scary. Lin Ling was strong, but he was also secretly afraid. Look, is that a palace? Suddenly, Xingyi pointed ahead and said. Looking along the horizon, there was a white dot in the grassland. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a palace. When everyone used their abilities to look, they could see that it was a dilapidated palace. However, the palace was brightly lit. At this time, the 3 people at the front suddenly stopped and walked towards Lin Ling with smiles on their faces. There's one more thing that I forgot to remind you, they said as they walked. Xingyi and the others wanted to listen to the 3 people's explanation, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice came, causing their eyes to flicker with a cold light. What is it? Sakura suddenly asked. There's a taboo on this level. It's extremely important. If you don't pay attention, you can easily die here. An old man said with a smile. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. But at this time, Xingyi made his move, and the Donghuang bell suppressed them. Rumble. The old man couldn't react in time, and with the Donghuang bell's power, he was immediately suppressed to the ground and suffered heavy injuries. Second brother. The other 2 people's faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to suddenly make a move. Stop pretending. You should be Daoist realm demons, right? Do you think I didn't see through your true forms? At this time, Lin Ling said slowly. He had explored the demon city to the west of the Dao Pagoda, so he naturally recognized the aura of these demons. It seems like you've already sensed it, but I'm curious. How did you know that we were going to harm you? The other 2 old men shook their bodies, and their demonic aura surged as they transformed into huge demons. Their origins were extremely strange. One of them had a face full of long hair, like a gorilla or monkey, but it didn't look like one. The other one was completely naked, like a bear. Mountain demon and mountain ghost? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he saw through their origins. He said indifferently, it's simple. Because you haven't told me how you got the Dao realm fragment. Now that I know, you probably got it from killing people. As soon as he finished speaking, he combined his talents and slashed out with the eternal killing world. At the same time, Lei Gong and the others also made their move, joining forces to suppress the other expert. Lin Ling didn't need to say much. He was only a peak higher celestial, and when he unleashed his full strength, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. Lei Gong's 3 world will hosts, and together with Yu and the others, it wasn't difficult to kill the other expert. Chapter 4909. Under the night sky, Lin Ling and the rest glided across the grass. Ahead of them, the Palace of Light was getting closer and closer. However, behind Lin Ling and the rest, a terrifying aura was pressing down. The dark clouds merged into the darkness like a demon wolf, rapidly devouring everyone. Hurry! No one could see what was behind them. All they could see was darkness. Lin Ling's anxious voice drifted over. In fact, Lin Ling didn't even attack the thing behind them. He felt that if he did, the outcome would be even more troublesome. What the hell is this? Why does it give me such a terrifying feeling? Yu and the rest were also exclaiming. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind them, the wind of darkness blew, chilling their hearts. Fortunately, the palace of light was within sight, and the door was open as though there was no one inside. Charge in! Lei Gong shouted and was the first to charge into the palace. Following him were Shengyi, Yu, and the rest. Lin Ling brought up the rear. He looked at the darkness that was closing in and pondered for a moment. Then he punched out, using the powerful strength of God to attack the darkness. After that, Lin Ling didn't dare to linger and charged into the palace. That punch from before was merely a probing attack. Rumble! To Lin Ling's surprise, the punch disappeared without a trace after hitting the darkness. Instead, it caused a terrifying reaction. If Lin Ling hadn't charged into the palace, he would probably be in trouble. Bang bang bang! The door of the palace was closed tightly by Lei Gong and the rest. They were afraid that the demons outside the palace would charge in. However, the dilapidated door of the palace had a strange magical power that kept the demons outside the palace pacing back and forth. In the end, they didn't dare to come close. Lin Ling, look! At this moment, Yu shouted at Lin Ling. There were windows all around the palace, and they could see everything outside. Lin Ling rushed over and looked through the window. Then he gasped. Outside the house, the darkness was tumbling, gradually turning into the shape of a huge dog. This dog was incomparably huge, even more majestic than a mountain. It looked down at the palace, and dark clouds swirled around its body, like a divine dog of darkness. It also saw Lin Ling and the others by the window. Its strange eyes stared at them, and finally, it turned into darkness and flew into the distance. How terrifying! Lin Ling and the others were gods. They had seen a lot of demons and ghosts in their lives, but this was the first time they saw a dark divine hound like this. Previously, they had only exchanged a glance, but they all felt that if they were to really fight, that terrifying black dog would be able to devour them in one gulp. Is it formed from Dao realm willpower? Yu murmured. Fortunately, he left. Longyang also quietly wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Everyone, look around and see if there are any loopholes. Lin Ling said to the others. Then he wanted to set up a barrier around the palace, just in case. But then, Lin Ling helplessly realized that all this would not work. Because when the barrier fell around the palace, it was swept by the divine light and turned into ashes immediately. Lin Ling looked up and saw a gem hanging from the ceiling of the palace. The divine light came from the gem, and when one stared at the gem, it was not dazzling to the eyes. Instead, an ancient voice sounded in the depths of one's soul. The Temple of Sun. So, this was the Temple of Sun. Lin Ling suddenly understood. At this moment, young Master Yao's voice was heard. Lin Ling, there's a second floor here. There's also a window and you can see further. Then, everyone rushed to the second floor. Nanwa Fenyu Bai and Whitewater Pure Girl felt that it was not safe, so they moved a huge rock from the palace to block the entrance. Although this was a completely useless action and was purely a psychological comfort, it was still better than nothing. When they reached the second floor, they saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and they could see the endless prairie in the distance. However, the prairie was dark and silent, as if it was filled with endless danger. This is the first time I've felt so scared after becoming a god. It's like a mortal coming to the ghost realm. Treasure God Nanwa Fenyu said with a wry smile as he stared outside the window. Everyone was deeply moved by this. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the eastern window. Lin Ling and the others hurried over and saw a terrifying white light rising in the dark distance. It seemed that there was a great battle. Go to hell, go to hell. They could vaguely see that the ones who attacked were gods. There were about 2 of them. One of them had the strength of a peak high-level deity, and the other had the strength of a giant god of the universe. They unleashed their full strength, and the surrounding area shook as if heaven and earth were falling. Even the palace in the distance was shaken. However, in the eyes of Lin Ling and the others, the light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The entire prairie, except for the aftershocks, returned to silence. This made Lin Ling and the others speechless for a long time. "Is he dead?" Finally, "And you?" said in a low voice. "He's dead." Lin Ling sighed and nodded. As soon as he said this, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as a giant god of the universe had died. If they had been a step slower, they would have been completely wiped out. They had just come to the Dao Pagoda and were not familiar with the area, and then they had brushed shoulders with death. This made everyone feel a lingering fear, including Lin Ling. If we hadn't just arrived and still had a bit of divine light on us, we would have died too. Lin Ling said solemnly, "No wonder we can't see any gods. It turns out that the gods who entered here are all hiding." "Lin Ling, are we safe in the palace?" "I think so. If even the palace is not safe, then who would enter the Dao Pagoda?" Next, everyone discussed spiritedly. Lin Ling nodded. "This palace is called the Sun God Temple. It's probably the only thing that can resist the darkness. Hiding in the palace should be fine. However, the darkness here lasts for a long time. Everyone can only cultivate in the palace. Remember, no matter what, don't leave the palace. Even if your own people appear outside the palace, you have to confirm the number of people and remind everyone before you go out. I heard the 3 great demons say that the monsters outside the palace can use illusion techniques to lure people away." Lin Ling kept reminding everyone. Everyone understood and nodded one after another. Then they smiled bitterly. They felt that the Dao Pagoda was both exciting and dangerous. Everyone's eyes quietly looked at the window. In the distance, the prairie was pitch black, and one could vaguely see eyes. Sometimes they would disappear, and sometimes they would appear. One could even vaguely see dark clouds gliding across the ground. It was as if a huge dark divine hound was running, searching for its prey. "It's watching us." A moment later, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Only then did everyone realize that in the distant prairie, there were hills. On one of the hills, the huge dark divine hound stood there, looking at the palace in the distance, and then disappeared. With just a glance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and could not say a word. "Well, everyone, let's cultivate." Chapter 49:10. The Yellow Emperor said that the giant gods of the universe wouldn't be in much danger here, but it's still very dangerous. Lei Gong suddenly smiled helplessly. What he should have said was that as long as we find the palace, we will be absolutely safe. And if we encounter any gods, the giant gods of the universe should be able to dominate them. Lin Ling explained. "If that's the case, why don't we just hide in the palace and cultivate? The spiritual energy here is dense. I estimate that we can break through in less than 10 years. Xing Yi suddenly suggested. His words made everyone's eyes light up. That was indeed the case. However, Lin Ling shook his head. "Did you forget what the 3 great demons said? After daybreak, the palace will decay and disappear. When darkness descends, it will appear again. This means that we can only hide here for 1 night. After that, we have to continue searching for the palace." Everyone was helpless. They had all seen how terrifying the prairie was. If they didn't find the palace before nightfall, just thinking about it was terrifying. "Everyone, let's cultivate first." Lin Ling also felt that this matter was very troublesome. However, they could only take 1 step at a time. Of course, they could also leave the Dao Pagoda and return to the void of the 9 prefectures. However, it was rare for them to enter the Dao Pagoda. They didn't want to leave just like that. Moreover, even if they left now, they would still be in the same place the next time they entered. However, by that time, the palace would no longer be there. If they were to encounter nightfall, they would be helpless. Time passed quietly. Gradually, dawn arrived. A ray of sunlight shot over and actually passed through the palace, landing on everyone's body. The huge palace also quietly disintegrated, turning into dust. Everyone opened their eyes and found that after a night of cultivation, their progress was extremely obvious. Even though Lin Ling had 8 dantians, he felt that his progress was significant. He seemed to be one step closer to the peak of the early-stage high god realm. After the palace disappeared, they were all sitting on the grassland. The sun in the sky was like a divine light. After it scattered on the grassland, the exotic flowers and plants were quietly growing at an incomparably fast speed. Moreover, the sunlight had a wonderful power. It made people feel that when they bathed in the sun, their cultivation speed would be faster. Brother Ling looked. At this time, Yu pointed at the ground and said with a surprised expression, "This is sky-piercing azure frost grass. It comes from the ancient times. Even the Yellow Emperor only had 1 stalk. According to legend, 1 stalk of grass can make a person become a god. Look over here. That's a supreme tri-origin fruit that's worth 5 million Dao realm fragments." Xingyi also exclaimed. On the grassland not far away, there was a grass that looked like a god sitting cross-legged. There was a rainbow on the grass, and it was beautiful and incomparably magical. It was like a god the size of a palm. "This is a precious treasure." Lei Gong also saw it and was overjoyed. Next, everyone discovered that their surroundings were filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, they were growing at a crazy rate, as if they had experienced tens of thousands of years of growth. How magical! Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. Then, he looked into the distance and discovered that there were also universe-level treasures growing in the distance. For example, there were towering trees and incomparably rare divine mountains. However, in terms of value, they could not be compared to the treasures around them. It seemed like the treasures that grew in places with palaces were even more precious. "Everyone, hurry up and collect them," Lin Ling said hurriedly. Everyone immediately busied themselves and collected the treasures. Lei Gong, Longyang, Xingyi, and Lin Ling were guarding the surroundings. This was not the first time they had gone out in a group. They were already experienced and had great teamwork, especially Xingyi and the others. After entering the Dao realm with Lin Ling, they often faced external enemies together, and their teamwork had improved. However, at this time, a rainbow flew across the sky. Several figures stepped on flying swords and flew over quickly. "Martial uncle, look!" Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Ling's direction and said. The main thing was that there were not many gods in the prairie at the moment, so Lin Ling and the others were extremely conspicuous. "Tisk Tiske, we saw another treasure. This place was probably a palace last night." An old man in a loose robe could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the sword under his feet shot toward the ground, bringing everyone down. They stared indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Suddenly, a sword appeared in their eyes. Like a sword pupil, they clearly saw the realms of Lin Ling and the others. Then, everyone relaxed. "Don't worry about the treasures in your hands. Scram, I'll let you leave alive." After the old man in the lead landed, he shouted loudly. He was straightforward and did not hide it at all. They came for the treasures. Lin Ling and the others looked at this group of people. There were a total of 5 of them. The leader was at the level of a giant god of the universe, and the others were at the peak of the superior god realm. It could be seen that the others were not old, but their realms were not low. This showed that they had grown up in the Dao Tower. In the Dao Tower, there was a slim chance of survival. However, if they could survive more than 10 nights, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling saw a strong killing intent in the eyes of the old man in the lead. This person not only wanted to snatch the treasures, but also to kill. Sure enough, it was as the Yellow Emperor had said. The Dao Tower was even more cruel. "You, continue to collect the treasures," Lin Ling said. "Lei Gong, Xingyi, Longyang, fight with me." He led the 3 of them over. "Impudent! How dare you not kneel in front of our martial uncle? Who are you to be so arrogant?" Seeing Lin Ling act so unbridled, one of the men pointed a sword finger at Lin Ling and said majestically, "It's been a long time since someone dared to say such words in front of us. You must be new here. Don't you know that we're from Shushan?" The leader shouted coldly. "Shushan?" Lin Ling had heard of it many times. It was said that it was an incomparably ancient sword sect. Where are you from? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the old man in the lead asked again. He released an incomparably terrifying aura that made Xingyi and the others feel great pressure. A giant god of the universe was clearly not someone they could fight against. However, they also felt that this person was not as strong as the North Pole Emperor. During the Battle of the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor and the other giant gods of the universe were even more terrifying. Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he looked at them with a cold smile. You have some ability. A mere higher god, yet you're not afraid of my aura. The old man's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, put down the treasures, and I'll spare your lives this time. Remember, we're not only from Shushan, but also Emperor Shun's people. Seeing that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious, he finally restrained his killing intent. The main reason was that he did not want to cause trouble. Otherwise, he would have already killed them all. Emperor Shun. Lin Ling was taken aback. He was incomparably surprised. He was surprised that the Emperor Shun and the others had not entered the Dao Tower. The Dao Tower should have had nothing to do with them. It turned out that the Emperor Shun and the other experts had already encroached on the Dao Tower. Sorry, I'm the Yellow Emperor's person. Lin Ling sneered, killing intent rising in his heart. Chapter 49:11. You treat me as an acquaintance, but I don't treat you as acquaintances. Lin Ling sneered and said coldly after the old man from Shushan Mountain spoke. Huh. Those people frowned in disbelief, as if they had misheard something. What do you mean? The old man in the lead asked in a low voice. He had spared their lives out of respect for the Yellow Emperor, but who knew that these people would be so shameless? Nothing much, but all of you will die. Lin Ling nodded as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. After saying that, he glanced at Saint Yi. Saint Yi and the others understood his intentions and unleashed their strongest moves to attack the experts from Shu Mountain. The Donghuang bell fell from the sky. Lei Gong and Longyang also activated their world will. Rumble. They seemed to have the strength of a higher god, but like Lin Ling, they also had the strength to fight those above their level. Under their full strength, the gods from Shu Mountain were killed without any resistance. A crazy gust of wind blew past his ears, causing the old man to stand there coldly. His eyes were fixed in disbelief. Not only were these people shameless, they even took the initiative to kill their people. Stop looking. You will die too. Just as the old man was in disbelief, Lin Ling also revealed his fangs. The cosmic three extremes break was executed, forming a cosmic ray to seal off this giant cosmic god from Shushan. The old man's eyes narrowed. Not only was he in disbelief, but he also found it hard to believe. Killing the people from Shu Mountain, and even wanting to kill him? Not to mention where this young man's confidence came from, openly provoking the relationship between Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor. Could this young man bear the consequences? You're crazy! The old man roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. But just as he was about to attack, the cosmic ray came and made his soul tremble. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. Even though he was a giant god, he still felt a terrifying sense of danger. What kind of move is this? The old man pointed with both hands, and numerous ancient swords of Mount Shu shot out to slay demons and devils. The swords contained the power of over 10 billion gods. However, when these sharp swords shot out, they couldn't affect the cosmic rays at all. They even pierced through them. Not good. Divine power is ineffective. At this moment, the old man finally panicked. He looked at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. You probably don't know that the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor have already broken off their relationship. They have already gone through several battles. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said indifferently, When did this happen? The old man reacted and was even more incredulous. He had always been in the Dao Pagoda and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Let me tell you something else. The reason why the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor broke off their relationship was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued, and I am Lin Ling. It's you. The Mount Shu old man's expression changed drastically. It was as if something had exploded in his heart. because he was quite familiar with Lin Ling's name. It was said that he was the #1 enemy of the Yao Emperor. Now, he finally knew that Lin Ling was going to attack him. "Since you are an enemy, I won't hold back anymore," the old man shouted in a low voice. His body shook, and swords flew out one after another. There were as many as 10 billion swords. This was the universe of swords. "I don't know what kind of move you are using, but I am a giant god of the universe." The old man's voice was like heavenly thunder. Brilliant heavenly might urged countless swords to shoot toward Lin Ling. And these swords were mixed with the terrifying power of the god's stares. They had the power to seal and attack. Sure enough, those who could become giant gods of the universe were all incomparably heaven-defying and could destroy the universe. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first. This was Lin Ling's second time fighting a giant god of the universe. So, in terms of experience, it was much better than the first time he fought the North Pole Emperor. Under his control, the terrifying large cosmic ray shot forward rapidly. Before it reached the old man, one of his Mount Shu disciples died. He was killed by the cosmic ray and his soul collapsed. This caused the old man to look over, and he was slightly distracted for a moment. Then, he once again controlled the endless swords of Mount Shu to drown Lin Ling. "Everyone be careful." Seeing this scene, even Yu and the others stopped collecting treasures and retreated far away. From where they were, the scene in the distance was extremely spectacular. There were too many swords. This was the first time they had seen so many swords in their lives. They couldn't see the sky or the earth. They could only see the universe of swords densely packed like hedgehogs. All these swords shot toward Lin Ling with the power to kill everything. Brother Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling had killed the North Pole Emperor, Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful techniques. He just looked ahead. He and the giant god of the universe were competing to see who would kill the other first. But previously, he saw that the old man was momentarily distracted. He immediately knew that he had won. If the old man hadn't been distracted, perhaps Lin Ling would have had to use the Panga strike again to block that terrifying universe of swords. Oh no. At this moment, the old man also realized that he was still a little too slow. "I was distracted before. I shouldn't have made such a big mistake. Perhaps at that time, I thought I would win without a doubt. That's why I was so confident." The old man muttered to himself. Then, he became more and more panicked as he witnessed the terrifying cosmic rays sweeping toward him. It was like a prison cell, trapping his soul and cutting it apart. A giant god of the universe, was actually killed by a higher god. I can't accept this. How is this possible? Lin Ling, how can you be so strong? The old man let out a roar of indignation. Shushan God, your information is outdated. First, you're not the first giant god of the universe I killed. Second, even if you weren't distracted, you can guarantee that I didn't have a backup plan to block this move of yours. Lin Ling said coldly. His words froze the old man on the spot. Then, his soul was completely cut into pieces. His body didn't move at all. His eyes were wide open. Clearly, he died with grievances. The most shocking sentence left in his heart was Lin Ling saying that he wasn't the first giant god of the universe killed by Lin Ling. After the old man died, the countless swords in the sky, earth, and space seemed to have lost their master. Ping, 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 they fell to the ground like rain. And these endless swords were less than a meter away from Lin Ling. The second giant god of the universe to die in my hands. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he allowed the endless swords to fall. Chapter 49:12. Uncle Master. As soon as the old man died, the gods of Mount Shu who still had a few years left roared. Their eyes were red with disbelief. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of Lin Ling's name before. Go to hell. However, while they were distracted, Xianxia had already wiped them out. Dao fragments, so many Dao fragments. At this time, Xianxia picked up their Dao antecedents and said excitedly, a total of 8 million. Mine has 10 million. Mine has 11 million. Lei Gong and Longyang also laughed excitedly. So many? Lin Ling was very surprised. He found the old man's Dao antecedents amidst the countless swords of Mount Shu in front of him. After checking, he was even more shocked. Mine 100 million. When his voice floated out, everyone was dumbfounded. 100 million Dao fragments, this was a huge sum of money. No wonder the gods in the Dao pagoda only want to kill and rob. There are so many Dao fragments between each other. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh excitedly. After killing a giant god of the universe, 100 million Dao fragments would be in his hands. If he killed a few more, he would be rich. In addition to the treasures on the ground, he wouldn't lack the treasures he needed to break through to mid-stage high god. Everyone, let's continue collecting treasures. These swords of Mount Shu are all excellent divine weapons. There are so many of them and they're worth a lot. But they're all mine. Lin Ling scooped up all the Mount Shu divine swords around him and then joined the group of people who were collecting treasures. After a long time, all the treasures were collected. Lin Ling and the rest continued to collect treasures on the grassland. However, the universe spirit grass in the grassland couldn't be compared to the treasures in the palace area. But it was still very valuable. Look, this is the mountain of life. Ha, what a huge mountain of life. River of Qi, it's the river of Qi. They didn't go far. They were crazily plundering the surrounding area. Sakura is seen holding a huge axe in his hand as he frantically chops down on a divine mountain. Soon after, he moves the entire divine mountain away. Nanhua Fenyu Gem used its ability to move a blue river away from the grassland. These were all rare treasures. Even in the Dao realm, there weren't many of them. As for the void of the 9 continents, they could only appear in legends. How strange. Apart from the gods of Shu Mountain, how could there be no other gods? To Lin Ling's surprise, there was hardly anyone along the way. It's good to have fewer people. With fewer conflicts, we'll have more time to collect treasures. Lei Gong laughed heartily. With the passage of time, the harvest reached a terrifying level. However, just as everyone was about to collect more, Lin Ling suddenly realized a serious problem. Night was coming. Although the surroundings were still as bright as noon, Lin Ling remembered that there were only 8 hours of daylight here. Now, everyone had been collecting treasures non-stop, and they had probably spent more than 6 hours. There's not much time left. Stop collecting and look for the palace immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind everyone. It's still early. Can't you see that the sun is still hot? Young Beastmaster was still collecting treasures and said without looking up. The others were the same. With so many treasures in front of them, they would be stupid not to collect them. They wouldn't waste them. Stop collecting. Let's go now. However, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He realized that the endless treasures were also attracting everyone, making them lose their cool and become greedy. Although the sun is still hot, I'm guessing that there's no dusk here. The sun disappears just like that. There's less than 3 incense sticks left to 8 hours. Lin Ling's voice became more and more anxious. Then, he saw that young Beastmaster and the others were still collecting treasures. He couldn't help but throw a punch. Boom! The grassland exploded. Young Beastmaster and the others were sent flying and rolled like gourds. However, when they came to a stop, they all calmed down. Previously, when they saw the endless treasures, they collected them crazily. However, now that the treasures were destroyed by Lin Ling, they realized that danger was quietly approaching. What a scary place. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded us, we would probably still be collecting treasures and wouldn't even know that night had fallen. Lei Gong said with lingering fear. Then he followed the others to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling was looking around, but there were no signs of the palace floating around. There's probably no palace in this area. Let's go that way. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain too much. He ran into the distance. The others hurriedly followed. Along the way, they saw a ground full of treasures that made them drool. However, when they saw Lin Ling leading the way, they suppressed their excitement and chose to ignore it. They focused on running. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed. Half an hour passed. Although the sky was still hot, everyone felt that a huge danger was approaching. If they couldn't find the palace by the time darkness arrived, they would have to travel through the grassland through the night. The danger level would increase by 200%. This way, Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. But soon his eyes finally lit up. In the distant prairie, he finally saw a floating palace. However, the distance to the palace was very far. It wouldn't be easy to reach the palace in half an hour. "Everyone, let's speed up and go all out," Lin Ling shouted to the others. Then, he held Yu Yu and the others' hands and glided across the grassland. At the same time, gods began to appear in all directions of the palace. These gods, like Lin Ling and the others, were running towards the palace in a frenzy. Their faces were pale and filled with anxiety. Moreover, there were many people in the palace at this moment. They were gloating in the palace. Looking at the sky again, the sun was still hot. Divine light shone down, warming the earth. However, this warmth changed completely in the next moment. Darkness descended. The sun in the sky disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rolling darkness spread across the sky and earth like a tide. The speed was so fast that it left one tongue-tied. "Ah!" In the darkness, a painful cry sounded. A running god was suddenly ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. "Quick, quick, quick!" The surrounding gods all roared and charged forward madly. "Ah!" At this moment, another cry sounded. At some point, another god was ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. A strange and terrifying atmosphere quietly spread around the palace. Everyone regretted it. They shouldn't have been greedy for treasures. They should have started searching for the palace immediately 6 hours later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Chapter 49:13. Darkness descended, and the prairie returned to its merciless state. However, just as the sun in the sky was about to be covered up, the sky made a move. Myriad phenomena, the universe reincarnated, and within it, a huge square flew across the sky. It was a huge, ancient coffin that seemed to bury the universe. In the prairie, countless gods looked at the huge coffin, their bodies and minds trembling. Even the gods in the palaces were the same. They knew that every time night descended, the coffin would appear. Some believed that the coffin contained the most ancient giant god of the universe. There were also people who believed that the coffin was buried in the universe. No matter what, no one knew the secrets of the coffin. "What's that?" Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Although the huge coffin had disappeared in a flash, he remembered it deeply in his heart. For some reason, the coffin gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Hurry!" However, at this moment, an anxious voice came from the front. He looked around and realized that there were hundreds of gods running around the palaces. They were extremely fast and could cross tens of thousands of worlds in an instant. However, there was demonic power in the prairie, so their speed was suppressed and couldn't be compared to in the void. "Get lost!" At this moment, a shout came from in front of Lin Ling. It turned out that a few gods had rushed in front of Lin Ling and blocked his path. When he looked around, strange eyes had quietly appeared and were constantly plundering the gods. "You are the ones who should get lost." At this critical moment, Lin Ling didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the tyrant's song and killed the gods in front of him. His innate talent had fused together. To him, high gods were no longer a terrifying opponent. "You!" When they saw Lin Ling slaughtering his way over, the gods' brows were tightly knitted together. However, at this moment, a huge mouth appeared, and darkness leaped 100 meters in front of Lin Ling. The terrifying aura made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. Then, the gods in front of him disappeared. However, Lin Ling saw that the one who had pounced on him was a dark divine hound. If he had been a bit faster, perhaps he would have been the one who had been pounced on. "Quick!" Not daring to stay any longer, Lin Ling led the group towards the palace. In the surroundings, more and more deities were charging towards the palace. Some were using secret techniques, some were teleporting. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, none of these were of much help. After all, the palace could even destroy the enchantment, so teleporting couldn't directly enter the palace. Out of the way, out of the way. By the time Lin Ling's group got closer and closer to the palace, the two universe giant gods had also arrived. However, the palace was already packed with people. They wanted to enter the palace before Lin Ling. But at this moment, Lin Ling wouldn't be soft-hearted. A panga heaven-splitting slash hacked out. The two giant cosmos gods, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, were wearing godly robes embroidered with the sun and moon. After sensing the fatal killing intent, their expressions changed drastically, and they leaped back. If they forced their way into the palace, they would definitely be struck by Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only temporarily give up on entering. "Sir, how dare you spoil my plans?" The two deities shouted angrily as they retreated. They didn't provoke Lin Ling, but in the end, in order to enter faster, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack them. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. He came to the palace gate and let Yu and the rest enter one after another. The two deities wanted to charge into the palace again, but at this time, darkness attacked them from all directions, and one of the deities beside them was pounced away. Now, if they wanted to continue entering the palace, it would undoubtedly be more difficult. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and ran in another direction. After all, there were still many deities around the palace who hadn't entered yet. If they attracted the dark divine hound's attention, they might be able to last until the next palace. Of course, they might also die under the night sky. However, if they forced their way into the palace again, it might be even more dangerous. The demons in the darkness were very smart. They specifically guarded the palace's surroundings and swallowed anyone who tried to approach. "Sir, I'll remember you." As they left, the two of them glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had just entered the palace when he felt a chill attack him. It was as if a blood curse had entered his body. These two deities aren't much weaker than Emperor Ziwei. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Lin Ling thought to himself. Lin Ling was also in a bad mood after provoking these two deities for no reason. However, at that time, every man for himself was doomed. Therefore, he could only sacrifice these two deities. "Get out of the way." Lin Ling then looked ahead and saw that the palace was packed with people. There were no less than a few hundred deities. "If you continue to be so arrogant, don't blame us for kicking you out of the Sun Palace," a deity said coldly. Most of the deities were looking at Lin Ling with malicious intent. It seemed like they were going to attack him. Lin Ling and the others were very close to the door. It seemed safe, but there might be unforeseen events. That was why Lin Ling wanted to enter the palace. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see who's going to kick me out of the Sun Palace." Lin Ling had already offended the two of them. He might as well go all the way and be domineering to the end. He activated Panga's Heaven and Earth Slash, and his body suddenly expanded. His fearsome physical strength descended and pushed aside all the deities around him. Moreover, his divine power was invincible. All the deities' eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. They could feel a crushing pressure bearing down on them. In the face of this power, the high-tier deities were as insignificant as ants. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." They all squeezed to the side and opened up a path for Lin Ling to enter. Yu and the others behind Lin Ling also hurriedly followed after Lin Ling. Die. However, there were many deities present, and some of them were unwilling to give up. They secretly attacked Lin Ling and unleashed a lethal attack. A shapeless and colorless shuttle imbued with fearsome power launched a sneak attack on Lin Ling. This place was narrow, so the sneak attack could be said to have a 100% success rate. However, when this lethal shuttle hit Lin Ling, it was rebounded by Lin Ling's powerful physical body. "You're courting death!" Lin Ling shouted angrily and grabbed at the crowd with his large hand. No, it's not me." A thin and weak old man waved his hand anxiously, his expression full of panic. "This fellow cultivator, it's not him, it's not him." The other deities were also pleading for mercy on his behalf. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all and reached out with his large hand. He grabbed the old man like he was grabbing a chicken and threw him out of the palace. "Ayuti!" The old man flew backward, and at the same time, he shouted anxiously. A powerful divine light appeared around him. Unfortunately, a gust of dark wind blew past, and the old man disappeared. Any divine power was useless. The king of the north, Elder Tong, died just like that. Many people sighed as they looked at the domineering Lin Ling, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Who else wants to die? Speak. I'll send him out of the palace. Chapter 49:14. None of the gods dared to say anything. They lowered their heads. Since they were weaker than him, they had nothing to say. Lin Ling led Yu and the rest to the second floor, where they discovered that there were fewer people there. Furthermore, they were all very strong, with over a dozen giant universe gods. They were clearly surprised to see Lin Ling. Your Excellency, you can come up, but they have to go down. One of them, who looked like a god emperor, pointed at Yu and the rest. The second floor was much quieter. Experts were qualified to come up, and Lin Ling's aura was somewhat terrifying, so they all acknowledged him. However, Yu and the rest were very ordinary, so they didn't acknowledge them. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Lin Ling still looked like a pangu, with his long hair fluttering wildly. However, because of the palace, he didn't transform into a giant. Although his body wasn't big, his combat power was the same. Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. Several giant universe gods, who were originally sitting cross-legged, stood up at this moment. Powerful auras filled the air, and there were signs of a great battle with Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward like a giant, looking at them fearlessly. If Yu and the rest were driven to the first floor, who knew what would happen? Lin Ling wasn't a saint, and he didn't have time to save the world. He only cared about the people around him. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other. Their auras kept rising, and the whole palace seemed to be shaking. Time passed quietly, and finally, a giant universe god sat back down. He sensed that Lin Ling was very stubborn. If he wanted to drive people away, he would fight to the death. Although he was very unhappy with Lin Ling's arrogance and overbearingness, it was now night time. If any trouble happened and they were swallowed by the dark demons, it would be a great loss. After the first giant universe god sat down, the others' eyes flashed, and they sat back down one after another. They had the same idea. In other places, they could have a great battle, but here, it was better to avoid trouble. You have guts. The giant universe god who had spoken at the beginning also sat back down, but he still stared coldly at Lin Ling. The two gods you ambushed earlier are giant sun-moon gods. Now that you've offended them, you're dead meat. The giant universe god said again. Titan god of sun and moon? Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the two people he had ambushed at the door. However, he said indifferently, we'll talk about it if they survive tonight. That may not be the case, but if you can survive, they'll definitely come looking for you at daybreak and take your life. That giant universe god sneered. That includes you, right? Lin Ling swept his gaze over everyone present. These people didn't say anything, but it was a tacit agreement. All right, I'll wait for you. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them. Mainly, he also thought that it was better to have less trouble. He glanced around and was surprised to find that there was actually a third level here. The second level had more than 10 universe giant gods, so what about the third level? Why didn't these universe giant gods go to the third level? All kinds of thoughts arose in Lin Ling's mind. After pondering for a while, he led Yu and the others to the third level. Seeing Lin Ling go to the third level, the others were obviously stunned for a moment, but then they laughed in schadenfreude. Sir, the third level is a Dao child. Someone reminded him. It was obvious that this Dao child was extremely powerful, and they were all afraid of him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and didn't know what a Dao child was. Besides, he had already offended many people, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Therefore, he ignored them and continued to move forward. Seeing that Lin Ling was obstinate, the smiles on these universe giant gods' faces deepened. Lin Ling. Lei Gong, who was following behind Lin Ling, cautiously reminded him. At this time, let's not care about him. In any case, at daybreak, someone will definitely come looking for us to settle the score. On the contrary, we'll be safe tonight. Lin Ling explained. Hearing this, the others nodded. After setting foot on the third level, there was only one person here, and the area wasn't small. There was a statue in the center, and that person was sitting cross-legged beside the statue. The statue was blurry, and one could only vaguely see that it was a human figure. It should be very ancient. As for that person, he was actually a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. His long hair was tied up and he wore cotton clothes, just like an ordinary teenager. Dao child. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Yu and the others were the same. They had seen that the universe giant gods below were very afraid of the third level and thought that it was some demon king or god emperor, but it turned out to be a teenager. At the same time, the teenager opened his eyes. He was very calm, and his eyes were very clean. He even revealed a smile. This place is very big. It's not a problem to have a dozen more people. It seemed that he didn't object to Lin Ling and the others coming. Thank you. Since the others were polite, Lin Ling naturally also said something polite. After the teenager nodded, he sat down cross-legged again, looking harmless to humans and animals. However, Lin Ling and the others weren't inexperienced people, so they naturally wouldn't underestimate this teenager. They quietly investigated the surroundings, and Lin Ling went to the window and looked out. Outside the palace, there were still a large number of gods rushing over, and the monsters in the darkness were also constantly devouring. Looking into the distance, he saw a large number of corpses lying on the ground. It was a tragic sight. Of course, as time passed, the people coming to the palace became fewer and fewer. The prairie regained its calm, but the feeling it gave off was even more terrifying. What a mysterious Dao pagoda! Lin Ling thought to himself. He thought of the dark divine hound and the ancient coffin in the sky, and felt that the Dao pagoda hid the universe's most ancient secrets. Then he saw that everything had calmed down. He walked back to the center and looked up and down at the stone statue. The stone statue was about 2 meters tall and was made of the most common lime. A light touch would probably cause the lime to fall down. However, the teenager was very close to the stone statue, as if he was cultivating. This filled Lin Ling with curiosity. He also approached and then sat down cross-legged. At this time, the teenager seemed to have noticed Lin Ling sitting. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "What a powerful superior god. I can't compare to you." As soon as he said this, Lin Ling realized that the teenager was also a superior god. A superior god was enough to make the universe giant gods fear. This showed how terrifying the teenager's strength was. This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen someone who was on par with him in strength. "You're also very strong." Although Lin Ling couldn't sense the teenager's strength, he could vaguely guess how strong he was. "According to the realm, when I was an early-stage superior god, I still couldn't compare to you." The teenager smiled and said, "But this is normal. You are the host body of the world will. It's not strange that you have such strength." After saying this, he looked at Lei Gong, Long Yang, and the others and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see 4 hosts of the world will at once. How lucky. The most important thing is that the 4 hosts of the world will are actually together." As soon as he said this, an oppressive atmosphere filled the 3rd floor. Chapter 49:15. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating to Lei Gong and the others not to be impulsive. Then he smiled. "Your Excellency, you have good eyes. But facing a world will host body, will Your Excellency go all out to eliminate it?" "Yes." "Not for now." "Yes." The youth smiled, revealing his clean teeth. He pointed to the statue in front of him and said, "This is a sun and universe stone statue. It has powerful laws and is very suitable for cultivation. Why don't you try it?" "Right, I can last at most 3,861 years inside. Then I have to come out to take a breath. I wonder if you can last longer." After speaking, the youth closed his eyes slightly. Everyone was confused. Was this youth an enemy or a friend? They all looked at Lin Ling and Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then shook his head and smiled. He had seen countless people in his life and was already used to it. No matter where this god called Dao child came from, it was fine as long as he was not hostile. "What is this statue? Why does it say that it can last for 3,861 years? Lei Gong and the others gathered around and kept sizing up the limestone statue. Everyone, give it a try. I don't think the stone statue is dangerous. Lin Ling said to everyone. Then he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the limestone statue. However, as soon as he connected, Lin Ling immediately discovered that he had entered a dusky multiverse. This multiverse was vast and boundless, and there was a huge fireball in the distance. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the multiverse, the universe of light. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen it. Looking around, he saw that the Thunder God and the others had also appeared. They were all extremely surprised. Lin Ling, did our souls enter here, or did our bodies enter here? Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu could not help but ask. This statue was too miraculous. It could communicate with the universe. And where is this? Saint Yi also asked. Lin Ling looked ahead and kept investigating. He had Lin Ling's universe, so he was familiar with it. Then he said in surprise, "This is a real universe." Everyone was shocked. However, this universe is extremely strange. It can be said to be incomplete, but also complete. It can be said to be flawed, but it has all the laws. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a strange universe. Of course, this was the very beginning of the Dao realm, so it was very complete. However, just as the universe was about to take shape, the giant god who controlled the universe gathered the shattered god world, the primal chaos realm, and the old lands to form another multiverse. That was the Dao realm which led to this multiverse. It's also been abandoned. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. It was that Dao child. It can also be said that it is a body that is reconstructed by the universe for you, and it is exactly the same as the body in the outside world. Of course, after you leave this place, everything you obtain in this universe can also be brought back to your body. Also, after you leave this place, you can also bring back everything you obtain in this universe. Of course. All right, let's start running. Let's see how long we can run. The Daoist child smiled and shot forward. That's right, if you want to leave, you just need to sense your Dao return to heaven's seat. Your Dao return to heaven's seat will bring you back to the palace. My name is Dao Child 10 million years. His voice drifted through the universe, but the Dao child had already disappeared. What a strange guy. Everyone blinked and then looked at Lin Ling, asking Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Let's give it a try. Then he imitated the Dao child and sprinted forward. Suddenly, a strange force rose around him. It was like spiritual energy, but also like a great law. Meteors flew past him like clouds. It can increase one's soul power and cultivation realm. Moreover, it's faster than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Ling nodded and transmitted his voice to Lei Gong and the rest at the same time. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly followed suit. The group of people flew through the multiverse at a terrifying speed. The blazing sun in the distance shone on them, making them feel warm all over. Around them, countless meteors flew past, but they did not collide with them. It was extremely strange. It's been a year, Lin Ling. I feel that time is moving. At this moment, Yu and the rest's voices sounded. So that's how it is. We're running in the universe's great law of time. Lin Ling was completely enlightened because he felt that he had been running for less than half an hour, but he had been running for a year. A year's time was not of much help to gods, but a year's cultivation was definitely better than half an hour. It turned out that this was a way to speed up cultivation. Everyone, continue. Then, Lin Ling sent a telepathic message over and looked ahead, looking for the Taoist child. However, the young man had disappeared. He ran away quite well. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hey, Brother Ling, I broke through. I broke through too. After a long time, cheerful voices sounded, making Lin Ling happy for everyone. Then, he pondered and instructed everyone to use all the treasures they had obtained from the Dao Pagoda for cultivation. Unknowingly, another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were more meteors around them, as if they had witnessed countless seasons, sunrises and sunsets. Lin Ling, I broke through. Lin Ling, I'm going to become a higher deity. More and more surprised voices sounded. It'll probably be easier to pass the tribulation here. You guys go ahead. We won't help you because it'll be more troublesome, Lin Ling said with a smile. He never expected that the stone statue would have such benefits. He had already taken out a large number of treasures and refined them continuously. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the early stage of higher deity, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 8,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling also looked around and found that the meteors were like white horses galloping past. They were so fast that he was a little dazzled, and his body began to feel uncomfortable. However, as time passed, Lin Ling found that the effects of cultivation were more obvious. Lin Ling, I can't take it anymore. There are too many meteors around me. I can't take it anymore. Me too. How did I leave? Return to the heavenly plane. After 1,000 years, the voices of Yang Yao and the others could be heard. Then, they disappeared and returned to the palace. The remaining people were still persevering because they also found that the longer they persevered, the more help they would receive. It wasn't until 1,500 years later that Yu and the others also withdrew. Lin Ling, we're going to break through. My lord, I'm going to break through too. At this time, Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others' voices could be heard. Shengyi, Nanwufengyu, and the others also broke through. In particular, Lei Gong and the others had all bought into the realm of mid-stage higher deities. Although Lin Ling was also cultivating crazily, because of his 8 dantians, he was still a little bit away from breaking through. Chapter 49:16. When it reached 2,000 years, Shengyi and the rest also left, leaving only Lei Gong and the other 2 to follow Lin Ling. The 4 of them were the host bodies of the world's will, and they were undoubtedly much more powerful. Lin Ling, I discovered that this radiant universe is improving in all aspects. Even my world's willpower has improved. Longyang's voice came, but it was obvious that she was struggling to speak. Yes, my physical body and soul power are both improving. Because this is cultivating in time, it's equivalent to us cultivating here for 2,000 years. Lin Ling replied with a smile. This place is too good. Why don't we stay here and cultivate? Lei Gong's hearty laughter came, but it was also very difficult to laugh. At daybreak, this palace disappears. It's hard to keep cultivating. Lin Ling said helplessly. That's true. Unknowingly, 2,500 years had passed. Sir, I can't hold on anymore. Xiaoluan's voice came first. After 2,600 years, Longyang's voice also came. It wasn't until the year 2,800 that the Thunder God finally gave up. Alright, you guys can start from the beginning. Lin Ling nodded. The further they went, the faster time passed. In other words, the effect of cultivation was even more obvious. At the starting point, the pressure was lower, but the flow of time was also slower. Now, only Lin Ling was left running in the universe alone. The meteor shower that appeared in front of him was like Lin Ling's cosmic ray, majestic and mighty. This meant that the flow of time had reached a hair-raising level. Until 3,000 years, Lin Ling finally sensed the signs of a breakthrough. Rumble. 8 dantians were tumbling, and various divine embryos bloomed around Lin Ling. Waves of terrifying divine essence spewed out in all directions. Rumble. There was even a lightning tribulation that came, as if to kill Lin Ling. However, in the radiant great cosmos, the thunder tribulation was undoubtedly weakened. After all, Lin Ling had already been running for 100 years by the time the thunder tribulation arrived. He had only touched the tip of the thunder tribulation's power. The most important power of the lightning tribulation had been completely taken away by time. My first breakthrough went so smoothly. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He hadn't even experienced the lightning tribulation yet, and then he had broken through in a daze. Rumble. At the same time, the 8 divine embryos returned to Lin Ling's body. Within Lin Ling's body, a powerful energy erupted. His divine power, physical strength, and soul strength crazily soared. I reckon that even if I don't use innate talent fusion, ordinary late-stage high gods won't be a match for me. Lin Ling smiled happily. However, when he thought of the Tao child, his expression turned serious. This world was fair. He, Lin Ling, had the host body of the world's will, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill a giant god of the universe with the strength of a higher god, but others could do it as well. The Tao Pagoda is indeed worthy of gathering the most terrifying gods of this era. What is the origin of the Tao child who has lived for 10 million years? Lin Ling was still running wildly. However, because of his breakthrough, the pressure around him had weakened somewhat. It wasn't until 3,500 years later that the pressure began to increase. Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe, and his eyes were dazzled. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. This person was sitting cross-legged in the universe of light and was moving forward at a slow speed. In this long river of time, one could actually slow down? Lin Ling couldn't help but widen his horizons. Moreover, he could see that the person sitting cross-legged, his whole body shining with light, was none other than the Tao child. As expected of the host body of the world's will, the strength of a higher god has reached 3,500 years. At this moment, the Tao child opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Ordinary high gods have at most 1,500 years of cultivation. Even late-stage high gods have only 2,000 years of cultivation. But you have more than 3,000 years of cultivation. The other three have all reached 2,000 years of cultivation. Then you are even more powerful than us. Are you also a host body of the world's will?" Lin Ling immediately laughed. "Of course not. However, I am the same thing as you. I am formed from the most ancient universe." The Tao child said with a smile. "You are the thing," Lin Ling immediately said with dissatisfaction. "Ha!" The Tao child laughed even louder. "You are a host body of the world's will. How interesting. However, I am about to reach my limit. Last time, I reached 3,800 years. This time, I want to surpass the previous time. How about it? Are you interested in a competition?" "Sure." Lin Ling nodded and his figure quickly passed by the Tao child. The Tao child also withdrew his techniques and exploded with full speed. The two figures ran wildly in the universe of light. The surrounding meteors turned white and were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling and the Tao child didn't speak. They were both under tremendous pressure. The hidden techniques in their bodies were secretly activated to resist the side effects of the flow of time. Gradually, the two of them reached 3,700 years. Lin Ling was shocked. This Tao child's body was indeed hiding a powerful force. The Tao child was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to persist for so long. The two of them didn't say a word and continued to compare secretly. Unknowingly, 3,800 years had passed. At this moment, the pressure on the two of them increased greatly. With every year, it was as though they had exhausted all their vitality. The various mysterious forces hidden in their bodies were all resisting the flow of time. Lin Ling's face was solemn and he sighed. It was indeed difficult for gods to surpass the universe. After all, he was already so powerful now. However, in the face of the vast universe, he was still as weak as an ant. It has been 3,858 years. The last time this Tao child passed was 3,862 years. Then, Lin Ling grumbled in his heart. He gritted his teeth and continued to release more mysterious forces. However, in the end, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Especially after reaching 3,862 years, the pressure was even greater. It forced Lin Ling to give up immediately. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt the power of the world's will floating out to protect him. However, it wasn't of much help. On the contrary, the chaos godly formula produced a mysterious force that seemed to be refining something. It allowed him to persist for a longer time. Unknowingly, another year had passed. He finally broke the record of the last time the Tao child came. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt dizzy. His soul and body felt like they were about to explode. However, he felt that he could still hold on for a while longer. Time passed quickly. 1 year was like a breath. Lin Ling reached 3,864 years. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he had failed. Without showing off, Lin Ling returned to the heavenly plane and returned to the palace. A mysterious light appeared and the surrounding pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Ling discovered that he had already appeared on the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, he was sweating profusely. It was as though he was about to collapse. That Dao child is a freak. He can still hold on, Lin Ling said as he sat on the ground. He looked around and saw that there were only 3 people around. They were the young demon master, Bai Shui, and Pure Maiden. However, they were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. This made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the Dao child was already sitting on the other side. He was also sweating profusely and his face was pale. Chapter 49:17. A year earlier? Lin Ling was shocked when he saw the Dao child's bitter smile. In his opinion, he should have come out earlier than the Dao child. Looks like I'm still no match for you if you really want to fight me to the death, the Dao child said again as he stared at Lin Ling. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Lin Ling also stared at the Dao child and waited for him to continue. Unfortunately, the Dao child didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the statue and said, "It's not suitable for you and me to enter the Sun Celestial statue again. Once we enter, it will take too long. If the Sun Celestial Temple disappears, we won't be able to come out." They're coming. Of course, they haven't been in for long, so it's not a big problem. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest nodded and entered the stone statue again. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Only Lin Ling and the Dao child were left on the 3rd level. The Dao child then said, "I thought that the will of the world was only as it. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than us. But now, it seems that we've underestimated the will of the world." "Looks like you're very familiar with the will of the world," Lin Ling said casually. "You can say that I'm familiar with it, but I guess that we're more familiar with it than you guys." The Dao child smiled. Lin Ling understood that there was more than one person like the Dao child. "You said that you're familiar with the will of the world. Then let me ask you, do you know who the 9 will of the world are?" Lin Ling asked. "Hee, you're trying to trick me." The Dao child smiled mysteriously and pondered for a moment before saying, "Fine, since you're also a host body of the world will, this isn't a secret. There's no harm in telling you. Now, there are only 8 host bodies of the world will left, because one of them was devoured by a person called Lin Ling. The will of the world is the great god of Spirit Nation, Daoist Duobao, Lei Gong, Shaolun, Longyang Lin Ling, and the most mysterious one, the person behind the 3 holy gates of White Mountain." Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh out loud. He had thought that this Daoist child was very familiar with the world will's host body, but it turned out that he was not as familiar as him. "What are you laughing at?" The Daoist boy thought that Lin Ling would be surprised, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually mocking him? "Your secret is not a secret to me at all," Lin Ling said disdainfully. "I guess you only know that we are the host bodies of the world will, but you don't know what our names are. Of course, compared to ordinary people, you know a lot. That's commendable." The Daoist child's face turned red. This person actually used such a tone to speak to him? He was unconvinced. "You don't know much more than I do. I'm sorry, I'm probably more familiar with the world will host than anyone else. As for the person behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain that you mentioned earlier, I know that it's Dipankara Buddha, and he's one of the strongest world will hosts." "You really know?" The Daoist child sucked in a breath of cold air. He had deliberately not said the name in order to whet Lin Ling's appetite. But who knew that Lin Ling knew more than him? "Of course, I've even seen him. He almost wanted to devour me, but unfortunately he failed." Lin Ling nodded and said, "Moreover, according to what you said, you know all the world will hosts, but you're still missing one. This, we naturally know who it is, but it's a serious matter, so I can't say it." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Daoist child's face turned serious. "Say it. Perhaps in my opinion, your secret is not a secret at all," Lin Ling said with a smile. The Daoist child pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, The last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Xianxia. What? Lin Ling almost spat out. Previously, he really thought that the Daoist child knew, but in the end, this guy was talking nonsense. Don't tease me, god of the underworld, Xianxia. Who is he to be qualified to be the strongest world will host body? Lin Ling could not help but laugh. However, Lin Ling's expression undoubtedly made the Daoist child's face turn red. He felt that Lin Ling was mocking him even more. He said angrily, "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Lin Ling shook his head. "Is a mere god of the underworld, Xianxia, qualified to make Dipankara Buddha afraid? Is he qualified to be above Dipankara Buddha?" These words made the Daoist child's expression change drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. Because what Lin Ling said made sense. But in the chaotic realm, according to the rumors, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Xianxia. The Daoist child frowned. "It's just a rumor spread by others. Do you really believe it?" Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. "The last world will host body I know is an extremely impressive person." "Who is it?" The Daoist child was suddenly curious. "Why should I tell you? Unless you can tell me where you came from." Lin Ling said. The Daoist child was so angry that he stomped his feet. His eyes flickered and he kept thinking. "If I tell you where we came from, you will tell me where we are the last world will host body. How about that?" Finally, the Daoist child looked at Lin Ling and said. Then, seeing Lin Ling nod, he hesitated for a long time and finally said, "We are the 10 stars of the universe, and also the nemesis of the world will host body. We were created by the universe after the world will destroy the world. Everything in the universe has a way to counter each other. Even the host body of the worlds will has a way to counter each other. In the entire universe, perhaps only the creator of the universe is truly invincible. But I heard that the creator of the universe also has a counter, but the counter comes from himself. Therefore, our mission is to destroy the world will." Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded and believed the Daoist child's words. He smiled and said, "Then, you know that we are 4 world will hosts, but why don't you attack us?" "Because I have a feeling that you are stronger than me." The Daoist child smiled. "Then, you are not afraid that we will join forces to kill you?" "Ha, we are the same as the world will host body. We will not die. Even if we die, we will be reincarnated. Moreover, I feel that you will not kill me." "You are quite confident." Lin Ling had a good impression of this Daoist child. He sighed in his heart. This was the nemesis of the world will host body, and he could actually chat with him so happily. "Okay, don't change the topic. Tell me, who is the last world will host body?" At this time, the Daoist child hurriedly asked. "The prime of Tong Tian." Lin Ling did not hide anything and told him the answer. When the answer came out, the Daoist child was obviously stunned. His eyes kept flickering as if he could not accept this fact. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. He closed his eyes and sensed his strength after the breakthrough this time. His 8 Danshians had all stepped into the ranks of mid-level high gods. Now, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 1.5 billion, and his power of divinity had reached 1.5 billion. If he fused his 3rd stage talent, it would be 2 to 3 billion, which was equivalent to 6 billion. Chapter 49:18. Of course, in the outside world, as long as Lin Ling had enough cultivation resources, 3,000 years of cultivation could also raise his realm. But because of the stone sculpture, these 3,000 years were just a day in the outside world. Strange, my world's willpower has increased by very little. It seems that this is because there is not enough faith. Instead, my soul force has reached 400,000 levels. The rate of increase is terrifying. I wonder if I can cultivate the second universe 3 extremes break? Lin Ling immediately began to comprehend and cultivate the universe 3 extremes break. The universe 3 extremes break was the most ancient Mahayana Buddhist technique. It had the power to kill enemies with cosmic rays. With this top-notch trump card, Lin Ling had already killed the North Pole Emperor and a great demon. So, now that there was a chance, Lin Ling would definitely not miss the chance to raise the power of his trump card. Buddhist chants rose in Lin Ling's mind. Although the Universe 3 Extremes break was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, it was not the purest Buddhist technique. It was the Tao of killing Buddhas, annihilation and killing. 3,000 cosmic rays, called Jie Yuan break. Lin Ling's heart seemed to explode. The cultivation method of the second Universe 3 Extremes break had appeared, forming 3 cosmic rays, killing all souls. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. With such a terrifying trump card, Lin Ling was confident that even among the king-level universe gods, there were fewer people who could block his trump card. The Tao Pagoda is indeed the place where the final gods fight. Lin Ling was excited. He had not been in the Tao Pagoda for long, but his strength had greatly increased. Next, he checked the Panga's attack again. Unfortunately, it was still far away from the next attack. On the contrary, the increase in power of the Quafu sun-chasing boots allowed Lin Ling to have a speed of 200 million. Next, I have to improve my divine embryo. After all, my strongest divine embryo is the eternal killing world, and this divine embryo is only at the level of a superior god. The improvement of the divine embryo directly affects the breakthrough and even affects the amount of divine power. If the divine embryo is too weak, it will undoubtedly be difficult for me to improve my realm. Moreover, I also need to start preparing treasures to open the 9th Dantian. However, I reckon that the last Dantian should be the most difficult. But now that the 8 Dantians have been opened, my strength has become heaven-defying. If the 9th Dantian is opened, it will undoubtedly allow me to surpass the universe. Lin Ling was analyzing his own path of cultivation. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and noticed that everyone was sitting cross-legged around him. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. In a cruel place like the Tao Pagoda, everyone's strength would undoubtedly increase and they would be able to survive longer. What an unexpected piece of news! When the Tao child saw that Lin Ling had woken up, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. So, instead of dealing with us, why don't you think of ways to deal with Tong Tian sect leader? After all, if he doesn't die, what's the point of us dying? Lin Ling hurriedly advised, there's also Dipankara Buddha. His strength is also heaven-defying. He should also be your number 1 enemy. He took the opportunity to infuriate these 2 giants. We also know this. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't do anything before. The Tao child nodded. Moreover, if you're alive, because you're devouring each other, you can still restrain each other. If you're all dead, then Tong Tian sect leader and Dipankara Buddha will be one big family. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly happy. This young man has won my heart. Well, it's almost time. This palace is about to disappear. Then, the Tao child stood up, went to the window, and looked into the distance with a solemn gaze. Lin Ling saw this and did the same. Outside the window, the pitch-black prairie was still cold and cruel. From time to time, strange eyes flashed past. Lin Ling stared out the window and asked casually, by the way, are there many experts like you in the orthodoxy? There aren't many, but there are also quite a few. The Tao child did not hide anything. The Tao Pagoda has gathered many ancient god clans, such as the Tooth clan from the Fog Sea. These god clans have existed since the creation of the world. Coupled with their unity, their strength is not weak now. Moreover, there are also cultivators from the underworld, as well as cultivators from the chaotic realm. Of course, there are also 5 ancient emperors. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Although he had already stepped into the pinnacle of this era, it was still extremely difficult to move forward in this great cosmos where thousands of races stood on equal footing. And there were 5 ancient emperors. It was about time for the Yellow Emperor and the others to enter the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling knew that they were still outside the Tao Pagoda to collect more Tao realm fragments and reach the final peak. Well, the Sun Palace is about to disappear. At this time, the Tao child looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although you are the host body of the world's will, we can still talk. As for me, I am the 10,000-year Tao child. I once sent 10 million doppelgangers into the endless universe to experience life. After 1,000 years, I returned and gathered them into one body. I see. No wonder you gave me a sense of familiarity. Because I think I have seen one of your doppelgangers before. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. And I am Lin Ling. So it's you, Lin Ling. I have heard a lot about you. The Dao child's expression was obviously shocked. It seemed that he had heard of Lin Ling's name. Rumble. At the same time, the palace began to collapse. Sunlight shone in and fell on the bodies of the gods in the palace, making them smile. Another night had passed, and now it was time for a harvest. In the dazzling prairie, all kinds of treasures grew wildly. All the gods began to collect them. This was the universe's reward for them. After all, they had passed another tribulation. You collect the treasures, Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Looking around the palace, it was the giant gods of the universe who were collecting the treasures. When they saw Lin Ling, their expressions were obviously not good. However, when they saw the Dao child, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only let Lin Ling and the others collect the treasures. Of course, they were also shocked. They did not expect the demon child to be able to chat so happily with the youth. It was extremely strange. After the Dao child leaves, those people are dead meat. Yes, the Sun-Moon God will definitely come to settle accounts with them. Moreover, the gods they bullied before will also come to settle accounts with them. These giant gods of the universe kept collecting the treasures, but they were also talking coldly. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know their little scheme? He did not leave. First, he wanted to collect the treasures around him. Second, the Dao child was still here. He would give some face. After the Dao child left, the treasures collected by these giant gods of the universe would all belong to him, Lin Ling. In a place like the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling would not be merciful to anyone. Well, Lin Ling, I have to go first. You guys continue collecting. If there is a chance, I hope to meet you on the second level. After a while, the Dao child smiled at Lin Ling, took a step, and disappeared. The gods on the prairie were still collecting treasures, but the sneers on their faces were getting thicker. They were ready to make a move. Chapter 49:19. When St. Guy's voice rang out, half of the grassland fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at St. Guy in disbelief. They were already prepared to attack St. Guy, but before they could, St. Guy and the others had already set their sights on them. He even wanted them to hand over their treasures. One had to know that many of them had no intention of attacking at all. St. Guy's words had offended everyone present. Reckless fool, you actually dared to provoke me. I didn't intend to bother with them, but they overestimated themselves and tried to steal our things. Kill them. All the gods stopped their harvesting and looked coldly at St. Guy and the others. Young friend, I'm the first Yang Ming Greedy Wolf Star Emperor of the 7 Big Dipper Emperors. Take back what you said before, or I'll take your life. The other powerful gods also spoke in a cold voice. The eyes of the gods who had a grudge against Lin Ling were now ice cold, and they were already planning how to slaughter these people. St. Guy, don't waste your breath on them. Kill them all. At this time, Lin Ling's voice rang out. He looked at Yu and the others and said, you guys attack too. I'll be in charge of harvesting. Lin Ling had always been in charge of protecting them while Yu and the others harvested. But this time, Lin Ling would be the one harvesting. He wanted to let Yu and the others experience their strength after breaking through. But Yu and the others nodded. Within the sunstone sculpture, their strength had greatly increased, and their confidence had been greatly boosted. Especially Young Yao and the others, they had broken through 2 levels. It's finally our turn to attack. Lei Gong and the others sneered and walked out slowly. That youth who can transform into a giant, he's not attacking? As for the cosmos giant gods, all of them frowned as they felt humiliated. The other gods were even more so. Lin Ling had once displayed his strength in the Sun Temple, so everyone knew that he was the strongest. But now he wasn't attacking? Did he think that they weren't worth Lin Ling's time? Kill them. The deities didn't waste any more words. They attacked one after another, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. With Lei Gong as the leader, everyone also attacked. This was especially true for Lei Gong, Longyang, and Xiaolun. Their strength had skyrocketed, and it could be said that they were more than twice as strong as before. Because they were the hosts of the world will, they could control the world will's power as they pleased. Even Lin Ling couldn't do this. There were more than a dozen giant gods present, and Lei Gong and the other two were able to block more than half of them. In addition, Saint Yi was also helping. Although they could not kill the giant god of the universe, it was not difficult to block him. There were strong and weak universe gods as well, and these universe gods couldn't compare to the likes of Emperor Ziwei. These people are also so strong? Impossible. If they are so strong, why didn't they unleash their full strength when they entered the palace? Could it be that they crazily increased their strength in the palace? Seeing Lei Gong and the others fighting against the giant god of the universe, the surrounding deities were all shocked. At the same time, Yu and the others also attacked. Although their realms weren't high, they had received guidance from Lin Ling and were proficient in many techniques. Looking at treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and pure lady Whitewater, they were suppressing their opponents. The treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others had traveled extensively with Lin Ling and had seen a lot. They already had powerful trump cards. What are you idiots looking at? Seeing that they couldn't kill Lei Gong and the others, many deities shouted at the same time into the distance. There were still many deities watching from afar, and they were very shocked. Then they pondered for a moment and also attacked. That brat is collecting. Maybe he's the weakest. Some deities from other places stared at Lin Ling because Lin Ling's realm wasn't high. More importantly, Lin Ling was actually collecting. Perhaps they could succeed in a sneak attack. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. If he could kill Lin Ling, all the treasures on Lin Ling's body would belong to him. Why bother fighting with others? That deity became more and more excited and pounced. However, just as he moved, he realized that a few other deities were also pouncing toward Lin Ling with the same idea as him. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's make it clear first. We'll split the loot equally." What a cunning person! There were gods flying toward Lin Ling from all directions, all of them cursing in their hearts. Originally, after killing Lin Ling, the loot would belong to him alone. However, with so many people attacking, the loot would have to be split equally. Forget it, we'll split the loot equally. However, they also agreed to it. After all, this was a sneak attack. They would retreat after a successful attack. Otherwise, the other deities would have to split their loot even more. Then, they locked their gazes on Lin Ling. All of them prepared a powerful killer move, wanting to kill Lin Ling instantly. They were confident that when these killer moves were combined, even a giant god of the universe would have to avoid them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been bending down to collect the loot, slowly stood up. He only glanced around before throwing out a few punches. Then he continued to collect. Bam, 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 bam. The deities that had pounced on Lin Ling earlier were all killed with a single punch. Their divine bodies exploded, and their divine bones and divine blood spilled all over the ground. The surroundings fell silent at once. The deities that were still fighting stopped subconsciously and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. One punch. A late-stage high god died. Moreover, he didn't use any killer move at all. It was just a very ordinary punch. Moreover, that punch had killed several high gods at the same time. If he had attacked earlier, what would the result have been? At the thought of this, many deities began to retreat because the result they imagined was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stood up straight and carefully counted his loot. People couldn't help but look around Lin Ling and realize that all the treasures around the palace had been collected by Lin Ling. An ominous premonition quietly rose in their hearts. Okay, time's up. It's my turn. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked around with a faint smile. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, he still had to go to other places to collect loot. Oh no, he's going to attack. All the deities were shocked. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one person. Someone forcefully emboldened himself. That's right, that's right. We have more than a dozen giant gods of the universe here. What's there to be afraid of? More people nodded. They all looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But at this moment, Lin Ling had already attacked. The speed of the Quafu sun-chasing boots exploded, and the third stage of the fusion talent burst out with a strength of 3 billion. Bam! In the prairie, a loud boom sounded. Then a deity exploded. Chapter 49:20. Even more gods died without knowing how they died. Even if they used powerful methods, such as the god's staircase, it was useless. It was as if night had fallen on the prairie as a large number of gods died. This also caused all the gods to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. So the result of this youth's attack was so terrifying. I don't want the treasures anymore. Some gods were completely terrified. They threw down the treasures and wanted to run. However, they still couldn't escape death. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He looked at everyone indifferently and said, "You wasted so much of my time, and now you want to run. What's the use of not dying?" Countless gods' eyes narrowed. What an arrogant tone. It was useless to beg for mercy because they had wasted the youth's time? This was too overbearing. "It's your turn." At this time, Lin Ling's eyes locked onto a universe giant. This person was the weakest among the dozen or so universe giants. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He unleashed all his strength and ruthlessly slashed at that universe giant like a god descending to the mortal world. "I remember you. In the palace, you were the one who was most dissatisfied with me." A terrifying sword, mixed with ferocious murderous intent, slashed out. That universe giant was attacking Lei Gong and the others. After sensing the terrifying power behind him, he shouted angrily, "Do you really think I'm a superior god? I have 10 billion deity force on me." He pushed with both hands, and a huge circular shield appeared. The shield contained terrifying deity force with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. It was incomparably powerful. This was the origin-breaking shield. According to legend, it was formed from an unformed universe. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed down, the shield suddenly swayed. Afterward, the killing illusion affected that universe giant. Not good. This universe giant god anxiously roared. Bang. However, the next sword strike cut through the shield and split this giant god of the universe into two. Boundless divine essence poured out like the universe. The prairie was also slashed open, and the world was in turmoil. What a terrifying sword. Countless gods trembled. Even a universe giant was killed with a single sword? And the dozen or so universe giant gods retreated one after another, their expressions changing drastically. On the third level of the Sun God Palace, because Lin Ling did not follow the rules, they were not convinced. They planned to kill Lin Ling after the palace disappeared. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It would not be easy to kill him. Although the giant universe god that was killed was the weakest, they had a feeling that this youth had not used his full strength. "Hand over the treasure and accept your death." Lin Ling landed on the ground and waved his sword, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. After all, when Han Shuo was an early-stage high god, there were few high gods who could match him. Now that he was a mid-stage high god, his 8 dantians had been greatly strengthened. Other than those heaven-defying Dao children, there was no high god who could stop him. "You're the one who harmed us. Hand over your life." However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in from afar. A sun and a moon were approaching. The prairie burned, and the other side froze. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Looking carefully, 2 chariots were galloping between the sun and moon. 2 old men stood on each chariot. They were majestic, like the sun god and the moon god. "The sun-moon god is here." When they saw the 2 of them, the spirits of all the gods shook, and smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. The sun-moon god was extremely famous on the first level of the Dao Pagoda. Although they were universe giant gods, they were much stronger than ordinary universe giant gods. All the universe giant gods treated the sun-moon god as if they were seniors. Everyone knew very well why the sun-moon god and the others had come. Last night, Lin Ling had actually ambushed the sun-moon god and the others, tricking them. If it were anyone else, they would be in a bad mood. Not to mention that the other party was the sun-moon god. That's great. They managed to escape last night. Some of the universe giant gods clenched their fists in excitement. Senior sun-moon god, the person who sneak attacked you is here. There were even people who pointed at Lin Ling and shouted happily. Brat, I told you you're dead. Look, the sun-moon god and the others are still alive. This means that the heavens want you dead, ha! Following that, many gods looked at Lin Ling, taking pleasure in his misfortune and sneering. How pitiful! You escaped last night and should have stayed far away. Now you're here to settle the score with me. Aren't you courting death? Lin Ling also looked at the sun-moon god and shook his head sympathetically. Brat, do you still remember what happened last night? At the same time, the sun-moon god and the others saw Lin Ling and smiled ferociously. I remember. The two of you ran away like stray dogs. Lin Ling nodded. Ha, you still dare to be arrogant. The two sun-moon gods were not angry. Instead, they smiled even more ferociously. You should repent for your actions last night for the rest of your life. We said that if we're still alive, we'll definitely come for revenge. Now, what do you have to say? They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if they were looking down on Lin Ling. I have nothing to say. If there's anything, it's because you blocked Lin Ling's path of survival. You deserve to die. Lin Ling sneered. His arrogant words made the sun-moon god and sun-moon god, who were not angry at all, finally angry. They thought that after seeing Lin Ling again, Lin Ling would regret, be afraid, and even beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said everything was right and proper. It was as if they deserved to die for blocking his path of survival. Shameless boasting. Die, you bastard. They couldn't hold back their killing intent. They exploded with their techniques and attacked Lin Ling. Their divine power was indeed terrifying. It had reached more than 20 billion. When the two of them joined forces, it was close to 50 billion. Even a giant god of the universe would not be able to face such godly power, let alone Lin Ling. I'll use you guys to test my 3 extreme universe break. Facing such strong opponents, Lin Ling also knew that he could not win with his own strength. He activated his newly comprehended trump card, forming 3 large cosmic rays that shot out in a grandiose manner. This was the Jieyuan break of the 3,000 great universes. It sealed off heaven and earth and everything. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. At this moment, the sun-moon god was still riding the war chariot and attacking Lin Ling. However, suddenly, a terrifying sense of danger came, causing their souls to tremble violently. It was as if they were about to collapse. The Jieyuan break was obviously much more terrifying than the demon-subduing break. Before the attack even reached them, the power of the Mahayana Buddhist technique was already enough to cause their souls to collapse. Run! Although the sun-moon god did not know what was going on, he wanted to retreat. He drove the war chariot and fled frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had just turned around when the cosmic rays sealed them and froze them in the sky, motionless. The divine power that was attacking Lin Ling seemed to have lost its target because of the death of the sun-moon god. It exploded in all directions, causing a large number of gods to die. Chapter 49:21. The prairie was terrifyingly silent. Everyone was staring at the 2 war chariots on the ground. Over there, the sun god fire was burning, and the coldness of the moon was freezing the space. However, the masters of the war chariots were already dead. Moreover, they had died in a single blow, without knowing why. One had to know that these were 2 giant universe gods, and they were even 2 unusual giant universe gods. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Fellow Daoist, I won't participate in this matter. The silence lasted for a moment until Lin Ling calmly looked at everyone. Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a low voice. Lin Ling only looked at him calmly without saying a word, but his eyes were as though he was looking at a dead object. Moreover, Lin Ling's body began to quietly grow, and he eventually turned into a towering giant. A fist smashed down from the sky, mixed with unparalleled power. You! That giant universe god's eyes widened. He had already decided not to participate in this matter, but the other party still wanted to kill him? Boom. Even though this giant universe god had erupted with powerful godly power and even God's steps, this giant universe god was immediately reduced to ashes after the fist landed. Another giant universe god had died. Most importantly, he was killed in an instant without being able to resist. Fellow Daoist, you are too arrogant. The remaining giant universe gods said angrily. Although they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength, it was Lin Ling who provoked them first. Moreover, they had already taken a step back and no longer cared about this matter. I was originally arrogant. Lin Ling looked down at everyone. After stepping into the mid-stage high god realm, Panga's attack made him feel as though he could break through the universe. He stared at the giant universe gods with eyes full of disdain. Saying that I won't participate in this matter and then not caring about it? This was not taking Lin Ling seriously at all. Boom. Lin Ling punched out again, and with a "Huala" sound, another powerful universe giant god was killed. Next he stomped out. It seemed huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. This stomp was like the leg of a giant. Beneath the soles of his feet, a giant cosmos god supported the heavens with both hands and used all his strength to resist. However, 13 incense burners appeared beneath his feet, forming smoke that actually blocked Lin Ling's foot. Of course, this was just barely blocking it, because Lin Ling's foot was still stomping down, but the speed had slowed down by a bit. You have some skills. You can be considered one of the stronger giant gods of the universe. Lin Ling looked down at the giant universe god and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, spare me, spare me." However, Lin Ling's praise didn't make the giant universe god happy at all. Instead, he became more and more flustered, because when he looked up, it was as if he saw a mountain crashing down on him. Most importantly, he wouldn't be able to resist this power for long. Spare my life. When you wanted to kill me previously, you didn't say anything about sparing my life. Besides, do you think that the giant gods of the universe are so great? You're just king level. It's not like I haven't killed one before. I've already killed giant gods of the universe who are stronger than you. Lin Ling said coldly. The huge soles of his feet pressed down harder and harder, causing the giant god of the universe god to panic even more. His body continued to tremble, and his face turned pale. This was the scariest thing in life. Watching death approach with one's own eyes, yet there was nothing one could do. No, 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 don't. His body gradually bent, and it was obvious that he couldn't resist the huge palm in the sky. The surrounding gods were all trembling as if they had seen the scariest thing in life. In fact, as gods, they had seen countless life and death situations in their lives. However, to see a giant slowly stomping a giant god of the universe god to death was unforgettable. It was also the first time in their lives that they had seen it. Bang! The voice of the giant god of the universe became weaker and weaker until Lin Ling's foot stomped down and completely crushed him into minced meat. Only an endless powerful brilliance flowed out, but unfortunately, it couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. I'll hand over my treasures. The gods stared fixedly at Lin Ling and then handed over their treasures. Bang! However, Lin Ling still punched out and killed that god. I've said it before. Even if you hand over your treasures, you'll still die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting too much of my time. Lin Ling said indifferently after killing his opponent. He had killed many gods in his life, but most of them were done with a purpose. This was also the first time he had killed gods on sight. No matter if they were good or bad, he would kill them all. The main reason was that this was the Dao Tower. Bang! Although Lin Ling had transformed into a giant, his speed was still very fast, and he continued to attack. With every punch, a god would die. Even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death, let alone a superior god. Run! The gods couldn't care less. They only wanted to escape immediately. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw darkness descending. However, they weren't surprised by this scene. On the first floor of the Dao Tower, there were actually quite a number of violent gods like Lin Ling. In the Dao Tower, if you weren't killed, then you were killed. This was a very cruel law, but it was also a very simple principle. Escape? By the time I've finished picking the spirit herbs, it's already too late for you to escape. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his speed was incomparably fast. This was because he had also activated Pangu's absolute shock, doubling his speed. How could a superior god's speed be faster than his? Bang 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 bang. In the east, a large number of gods were killed, and treasures were scattered all over the sky. Bang bang bang. In the west, countless gods had fallen. Bang bang bang. In the north, even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death. I gate divine technique. Burning blood forbidden technique. Many gods activated their life-saving trump cards, only wanting to leave this place immediately. Some of them teleported, and some escaped with the speed of 100 million worlds. Bang bang bang. However, only a few could escape. The main reason was that there were too many gods around, and Lin Ling couldn't take care of them all. Otherwise, he would have died all the same. And the surrounding gods gradually fell. In the end, there was no one left in the prairie, only treasures and bloodstains on the ground. There were also gods flying over from afar. After seeing this scene from afar, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Without saying a word, they fled into the distance. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that there must have been a massacre here. They fled so quickly. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly recovering. His hands and body were covered in blood. Then, he let Lei Gong and the rest collect the treasures on the ground. Ah, we're rich. Lei Gong and the rest were ecstatic. They didn't care about the dead gods at all. First, this was the Dao realm. Second, that group of people wanted to kill them. After Lin Ling recovered, he also helped collect the treasures on the ground. Then, everyone rushed into the distance, collecting many treasures on the way. Chapter 49-22. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others gathered treasures every day and searched for palaces at night. As they gradually familiarized themselves with the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling and the others were like fish in water. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, the strongest were the king-level giant cosmos gods. However, among these giant cosmos gods, there were very few who were as strong as the North Pole Emperor. It seemed that the stronger giant cosmos gods had all gone to the second level. This made Lin Ling and the others look forward to it. The first level already had so many treasures, so what about the second level? Every night, Lin Ling and the others stayed in the palaces, but they did not encounter any palaces with sunstone sculptures. It had to be said that they were lucky to have encountered one last time. On this day, they continued to move forward until a huge city surrounded by walls appeared in front of them. The reason why it was seen as a besieged city was mainly because it was surrounded by magnificent walls. Inside the city, there were no buildings or anything like that. However, there seemed to be no darkness in the city surrounded by walls. The light of the sun was constantly shining there. Big Brother Ling, what a strange place. Yu Yu said in surprise as she stared at the city surrounded by walls from afar. Could it be that this is the only palace that won't be damaged? Lei Gong was also shocked. I think that's the way to the second level. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, you guys forgot that we were protected by divine light when we came here. There's also divine light here, so it must be the way to the second level. That's right. Everyone laughed. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, are we going to the second level? Now that we've gathered a lot of treasures and have enough resources for everyone to break through, it's time to go to the second level. After all, the treasures on the second level are probably more valuable than those on the first level. Lin Ling told everyone his idea after a moment of contemplation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, they were considered invincible existences in the first level, and they had collected quite a number of treasures. However, they lacked the foundation of the innate talent of their divine embryos to break through. The first level did not have treasures that could increase the innate talent of their divine embryos. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling led everyone forward, approaching the besieged city. At this moment, there were quite a few people heading towards the city, but most of the gods stayed around the city and did not enter as they pleased. After asking around, Saint Yi found out that in order to enter besieged city, each person would need 10 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, these were only those who had entered the fortress, not those who had entered the second level. Nowadays, most gods had more universe spirit herbs and fewer Dao realm fragments. 10 million wasn't a small number. So expensive. Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. During this period of time, they had killed quite a number of gods, and they had obtained quite a number of Dao realm fragments. However, there were many of them, and all of them added up to a total of 100 million. This didn't include the Dao realm fragments required to enter the second level from the first level. No wonder so many people are not entering the city. There are also divine lights around the city. Most people are probably here to seek refuge. Yu and the others looked around and said, "That's right. Right now, it's very, very difficult to enter the second level. Only those with heaven-defying strength can ignore them and directly enter the city." One of the gods sighed. Them? Yu was instantly curious. That's right. This city wasn't originally besieged. It was built by a group of powerful gods. They occupied this place and then collected the Dao realm fragments. These gods are extremely despicable. However, they are too strong. With so many giant gods of the universe holding down the fort, ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Right now, in the first level, many gods have 10 million Dao realm fragments, but they don't have enough to enter the city. Seeing that it was Yu's first time here, the surrounding gods explained. They were all unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. When Lin Ling and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. At first, they thought it was a rule of the Dao Pagoda. It turned out that a group of gods had occupied a mountain and were sitting there collecting tolls. How profitable! 10 million per person, and they're not robbing us. Saint Guy said jealously. They are robbing us. Lei Gong said helplessly. An impulse arose in his heart. He wanted to rush into the city and leave immediately. After all, during this period of time, they had swept through and crushed many giant gods of the universe. They had become confident in their hearts. Of course, Lei Gong wasn't too sure about the experts in the city, so he was just thinking about it. Sorry, you want 30 million Dao realm fragments. At this time, a few gods were kicked out of the door. They were bombarded and flew backward, smashing into the ground. It was extremely embarrassing. After one of the gods stood up, his expression was furious. You guys are raising the price. Didn't we agree on 10 million Dao realm fragments? Also, why are you attacking us? Another god scolded angrily. Only the god in the middle remained silent, but his eyes were flickering with coldness. This god was an old man dressed in sloppy clothes. He didn't seem to have a high cultivation level, but his aura was extremely mysterious. Lin Ling stared at the old man, and his expression changed. He was extremely surprised. It's him. Yu and the others were also the same. This was because this person was Daoist master of many treasures. No one had expected to meet Daoist master of myriad treasures here. Moreover, Daoist master of myriad treasures wanted to enter the second level but was kicked out. This guy is so mysterious. I didn't expect his strength to be so good. He's about to enter the second level. Lin Ling smiled, and Lei Gong beside him asked, "Do we need to help?" "Let's wait and see." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "I haven't seen this old man for a long time. Let's see how much his strength has improved." While Lin Ling and the others were waiting quietly, the two sides surrounding the city gate were facing each other. They didn't see eye to eye with each other. You guys occupy this place and forcefully collect the toll. That's one thing, but you even dare to raise the price. You guys are bandits, robbers. The god who was kicked out scolded angrily. Instantly, dissatisfied voices came from all around. This was because the gods were already dissatisfied with the gods surrounding the city. "Shut up, all of you." The gods outside the gate shouted sternly when they saw the crowd speaking. One of the gods even flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. Rumble. Powerful divine power was activated, and the expressions of Daoist master of myriad treasures and the others changed. They flew into a rage. It was one thing to cheat them, and it was one thing to attack them before, but now it was another thing to attack them? They dared to come to the city because they were pretty strong. They had also killed many gods in the Great Prairie. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? A god beside Daoist master of myriad treasures also attacked. Rumble. The city gate shook, and the expressions of the surrounding gods changed drastically. This was because no one had dared to attack here for many years. Which junior dares to be so arrogant? The rumbling alarmed the gods within the city, and a large number of gods rushed out. The god in the lead rode a dragon and arrived majestically. However, when Lin Ling saw that deity, the expression on his face, which had been waiting to watch a good show, finally changed. Chapter 49-23. A large number of gods walked out of the huge walls, causing the area outside the city to suddenly fall silent. Everyone looked at the few people who walked out with solemn expressions. "That's giant god Pepsi," someone said in a low voice, causing everyone to stare at that god with reverence. As for the so-called giant god Pepsi, he sat on a huge green dragon bound by chains and looked majestic. His eyes were also filled with killing intent as he looked around. Using a dragon as a mount, and it was a dragon god, showed how powerful giant god Pepsi was. "What's going on with the three of you?" Sitting on the dragon, giant god Pepsi said indifferently as he stared at Daoist myriad treasures and the other two. "My lord." A god told him what had happened earlier. "What? You attacked my people just because they didn't want to pay?" Giant god Pepsi narrowed his eyes as 7 types of light emanated from his body like a dense fog. Legend had it that he was an elite of the Nether God tribe and cultivated the 7 emotions of the universe. All the emotions and desires of the world were under his control. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such a farce as soon as I arrived. He's probably dissatisfied with having his Dao realm fragment taken away. However, the Dao Tower is extremely cruel. Without strength, only death awaits if you don't hand over your Dao realm fragment. That's right. Handing over your Dao realm fragment is better than being killed. Inside the walls, many people were watching with smiles on their faces. Some of them had already handed over their Dao realm fragments. They had slaughtered countless gods and had quite a number of Dao realm fragments. Some of them had heaven-defying strength and were invincible among the giant gods of the universe, so they didn't need to hand over their Dao realm fragments. Therefore, those outside the city who wanted to enter but couldn't hand over their Dao realm fragments naturally watched the show. "It's you who raised the price first and even attacked us," a god beside Daoist myriad treasures said angrily. "Good, you actually dare to talk back." Giant god Pepsi's eyes turned cold. Her face seemed to be constantly changing, with all kinds of colors swirling around it. "Kill them," giant god Pepsi shouted with a wave of his hand. At the city gates, a large number of gods rushed over, erupting with powerful strength and forming a storm. Among these people, even the weakest was a peak higher deity, and there were even quite a few universe giant gods. With such strength, even in the Dao realm, he would be an overlord of a region, an existence that no one would dare to offend. However, in the Dao Tower, they listened to giant god Pepsi. From this, one could see how cruel the Dao Tower was. An expanse of scarlet light gushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading in all directions. Some of the gods who were surrounding the city to watch the show were instantly turned into pus and blood when the scarlet light approached them, and they were sucked into the scarlet light. This scarlet mist was clearly an incomparably powerful thing. High gods who touched it would die. At the same time, divine flowers bloomed on the ground like lotus flowers. After they bloomed, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The lotus flowers shot out a large number of lightning swords, which majestically shot towards Daoist Duo Bao and the other two. As soon as the Lotus Divine Sword was unleashed, many gods in the surroundings were implicated and killed. In the Dao Tower, the lives of gods were extremely worthless, so even if they were implicated and killed, no one would stand up for them. Everyone could only hide further away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, there were also many weak gods who rushed out from the city walls to collect the treasures of the dead gods, laughing excitedly. It was obvious that giant god Pepsi did not only want to kill Daoist Duo Bao and the others, but also the surrounding gods to obtain some treasures. It was just that they did not dare to be too obvious. Otherwise, who would dare to come here? The gods who were collecting treasures gained more and more. However, just as one of them was about to pick up the celestial Dao regression immortal on the ground, a foot suddenly stepped on it. Are you courting death? Let go. That god was enraged and raised his head abruptly. These celestial Dao regression immortals belonged to the city walls, and someone actually dared to disturb them. However, when he saw the person in front of him, his heart thumped, and he did not dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs and went elsewhere to collect celestial Dao regression immortals. With just a glance, he could sense the terrifying aura of the person in front of him, which made him shudder. After that person left, Lin Ling picked up the celestial Dao regression immortal on the ground and looked into the distance. Why is the dragon god of the Dragon Valley here? Also, I heard the people around say that giant god Pepsi of the underworld deity tribe. What is this underworld deity tribe? Could it be the ancient god race that the Dao child mentioned? Lei Gong frowned, but his words made Lin Ling nod. Rumble. At this moment, the battle at the gate was incomparably intense. Daoist Duo Bao and the other two were extremely powerful and could fight against a giant god of the universe. They actually blocked the attacks of the surrounding gods. It's them, the ancient slaughter three gods. Someone recognized Daoist Duo Bao and the others. Although the prairie was vast and boundless, as long as one was a famous god, most people would know about them. After all, if one encountered these gods, one would have to flee or be killed. And the ancient slaughter three gods were one of them. Rumor had it that these three gods were extremely powerful and could even kill a giant god of the universe. In this place where I've surrounded the city, all gods will die. At this moment, giant god Pepsi roared and pulled at the sky with both hands. 7 rays of light appeared, and they were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. They had absorbed the life forms of the universe and condensed over countless years. These 7 colored rays of light transformed into a huge divine saber, which giant god Pepsi held in his hand. He rode on an azure dragon and pounced toward Daoist Duo Bao and the others. The saber ruthlessly slashed out, and it had the power to cut through time and the universe. This saber was a powerful god stare that could greatly affect the opponent's various powers, including soul power, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, all-encompassing and vast like smoke, originally had such power. Not good, my godly power has been weakened. This saber is estimated to have 20 billion godly power. The 2 gods beside Daoist Duo Bao said anxiously. Their strength was at the level of a giant god of the universe. It was just that they usually hid their strength and pretended to be weak to eat the tigers, killing the gods that passed by. But now, they felt that it would be difficult to block that saber. The main reason was that they were confident in blocking that saber's godly power. However, the power of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire had affected their fighting strength. I'll do it. At this moment, Daoist Duo Bao stepped forward with a solemn expression. A wine gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd looked ordinary, but when the stopper was opened, a vortex quietly appeared and formed a shield in front of Daoist Duo Bao. Rumble. The terrifying saber slashed out, and the prairie seemed to be split apart. However, when it landed on the vortex, the originally ferocious godly power actually turned into water and slowly flowed into the gourd. Chapter 49-24. His joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and lust could affect all the states of a god. His godly energy, physical strength, soul strength, and god steps could even dim treasures. However, this sloppy old man actually blocked his saber strike. And his opponent was merely a late-stage high god. Looks like you're not an ordinary late-stage high god. Giant god Pepsi said solemnly. His hands pulled at the sky again, and as though he was pulling a rainbow, it transformed into a universe blade and slashed out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, informing the other giant gods to attack together. So powerful! Lin Ling, is that Daoist myriad treasures the world will? Longyang, who had been watching the battle from the other side of the wall, asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. I didn't expect this to be the Daoist myriad treasures world will. But it's also very powerful. It actually melted the powerful blade. No wonder he can fight against a giant god despite being a mere high god. Longyang nodded in understanding. The power of the world's will, if one knew the method to control it, would be able to erupt with a powerful force. This kind of power was not the power of a god, nor was it the steps of a god, nor was it an ancient divine ability. It was the most invincible, the sharpest ancient power. Therefore, it was normal for Daoist myriad treasures to be able to fight against a giant god. Lei Gong. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He realized that Daoist myriad treasures' gourd was indeed powerful, but it could only block one attack. This was probably because the world will hadn't grown. Giant god Pepsi was extremely treacherous. After attacking, he got others to help him. I'll take this treasure of yours. Giant god Pepsi sneered. Daoist myriad treasures had also sensed the sneak attacks, but he could only use his gourd to block giant god Pepsi's attack. As for his friends, they were pinned down by other gods and couldn't help him at all. Rumble. But at this moment, a terrifying force came. The giant god of myriad treasures, who had attempted to sneak attack him, froze. Then, his body transformed into a pearl the size of a finger and gradually scattered on the ground. A huge universe god died just like that. The area around the city was completely silent. Who is it? Titan god Pepsi's saber slashed down with enough force to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. However, the force was immediately sucked into the bottle gourd, and he let out a furious roar. Sorry, it's me. An old man stood not far from Daoist myriad treasures, and he walked over slowly. He had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone like lightning. It's you. Daoist master of many treasures clearly recognized the other party and was extremely shocked. Old man, long time no see. Lei Gong said with a faint smile. Back in the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, Lei Gong had not been with Lin Ling, so compared to Lin Ling and the others, he was not very familiar with Daoist of many treasures. However, they had met in the void of the 9 continents. You're here too. Then Lin Ling and the others. Daoist master of many treasures fell into deep thought. Then he looked around. He first saw Xianxia, then treasure god Nanhua Fengyu, pure lady Bai, and the others. This made him smile excitedly. These people had fought with him against Tongtian's suppression in the Eight Gods Celestial Palace. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had gone through thick and thin together. Then he saw Yu, young Master Yao, and the others. So many people are here. Haha, I didn't expect to see so many people from the 9 continents in the vast universe. Daoist myriad treasures was inexplicably excited. The 9 continents was so small. The Dao Pagoda was as huge as a mountain. Logically speaking, the gods of the 9 continents were not qualified to enter the Dao Pagoda. However, not only had people from the 9 continents entered the Dao Pagoda, but there were also many of them. Since they were here, it meant that the number 1 god of the 9 continents was here as well. Who are you? At this moment, Titan god Pepsi was shocked. The people in front of him did not have high realms, but they were not weak. Get lost. However, at this moment, a sword slashed over. Endless killing illusions resisted the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sharp sword, mixed with the terrifying power of gods, suddenly descended on Titan god Pepsi's head. This sword was too fast. Most importantly, its power was not weak. It could easily kill a high god. Therefore, Titan god Pepsi clenched his right fist and punched the sky. After resisting the sword, he cautiously retreated. Then he saw that the person who attacked him was a young man. A young man who seemed to be a mid-stage high god. Who are you? Titan god Pepsi landed on the ground and shouted. This group of people was too strange. Could they be the helpers of the ancient killing 3 gods? Lin Ling, you really came. Daoist myriad treasures stared at the young man walking over, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that wherever Yu and the others were, this young man would definitely appear. However, when he saw the young man strolling over, he sighed in his heart. Back in the 9 continents, this young man was a junior who had bought a treasure map from him. Now, however, this young man had become the leader of the 9 continents. Even he felt like he was looking up to him. Moreover, after seeing Lin Ling attack, he knew that today's matter would most likely be resolved. This guy is always in his place. No matter how big the problem is, he can always solve it. He's simply omnipotent. But that's normal. After facing such big problems so often, he's used to it. Daoist myriad treasures smiled. At this moment, everyone, both inside and outside the city, was looking at Lin Ling and the others. They were shocked by the courage of these people. They actually dared to ruin the siege. One had to know that this matter had nothing to do with them. Who are you? Titan God Pepsi asked again. He felt more and more that Lin Ling was mysterious. After all, he also sensed that this group of mysterious gods seemed to be led by this young man. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the azure dragon on the ground. The azure dragon was also looking at Lin Ling. Its eyes continued to flicker, and then it became extremely excited. Senior Dragon God, it's you. Lin Ling stopped in front of the azure dragon. With a cold expression, he kept slashing with the sword in his hand. How dare you? What are you doing to my mount? Titan God Pepsi shouted angrily when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to cut the chains on the azure dragon's body. These chains looked ordinary, but in fact, they contained a powerful aura of the underworld that suppressed the power of the underworld. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, Titan God Pepsi pulled at the sky with both hands. A rainbow saber fell from the sky and slashed at Lin Ling. Previously, he only managed to avoid the attack because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. But now, his great universe 7 emotions / could kill even a giant god of the universe, but this young man was still alive. Get lost. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly became huge. Pangu's strike appeared. Heaven and Earth / Chapter 49-25. The boundless light of 7 emotions spread out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. In the midst of that power, Giant God Pepsi was dumbstruck. His blade, divine power, divine steps, soul power, and all sorts of treasures were all affected. Even the previous Daoist master of many treasures could only rely on the power of dissolution to dissolve his blade. However, this young man had met force with force and destroyed his blade with a single punch. The entire area around besieged city was completely silent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a higher god could actually resist Giant God Pepsi. After all, Giant God Pepsi was no ordinary god. He was one of the best among the giant gods of the universe. What did he rely on? Giant God Pepsi was still in deep thought. He couldn't believe it and was also searching for Lin Ling's weakness. The biggest feeling he got from Lin Ling was that he had grown bigger. Could it be his physical strength? However, his saber could even restrain the power of his physical body. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to Giant God Pepsi's investigation. He even allowed him to do as he pleased. Instead, his body kept returning to its original state. He looked in front of him and saw that after the azure dragon was freed, it slowly turned into a burly old man. He was the dragon god of Dragon Valley. Lin Ling. The dragon god shouted at Lin Ling, extremely excited. After all, he had already thought that he would be a slave for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that someone in a powerful world like the Dao Pagoda could actually save him. Moreover, it was a junior from the void of the 9 states. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling break Giant God Pepsi's blade with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Senior Dragon God, long time no see. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the old man. He already knew that the destruction of Dragon Valley was the work of the Netherworld. In order to rescue the world will host sealed in Dragon Valley, the Netherworld destroyed Dragon Valley and took away a large number of dragons. Among them, the dragon god was enslaved. All this meant that Giant God Pepsi was related to the Netherworld. It's been a long time, a long time. The dragon god also nodded with a sigh, But he also knew that now was not the time to sigh. He looked around and knew that trouble was still around. "You, protect Senior Dragon God," Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. He had also seen that Senior Dragon God was merely an early-stage high god. Although Yu and the others' realms were about the same, they had been in the Dao realm for a long time and possessed many trump cards. After that, Lin Ling looked at Giant God Pepsi. He knew that the other party definitely wouldn't let the matter rest since he had saved the Dragon God. At the same time, Daoist Duo Bao and the others walked to Lin Ling's side and looked around solemnly. Daoist master of many treasures and the others were powerful gods of the Great Prairie, but when faced with such a powerful force that was besieging the city, they had to unite and resist the enemy. After all, the strength of the siege was too terrifying. "It's them. I've heard that there's a new force emerging from the prairie. They're very powerful, and they've swept through a region. Many universe giant gods have died in their hands." "I've heard of it too. But this new force actually dares to besiege the city and oppose them." The gods in the surroundings started discussing spiritedly. More and more gods walked out from the siege. They all narrowed their eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. "Pepsi, young master said that the matter outside the city has been going on for too long. Young master wants you to resolve it immediately. If you can't, we'll help," said a skinny middle-aged man in a fiery red robe among the gods who walked out from the siege. "Woo!" Giant God Pepsi glanced at the middle-aged man, but his expression changed when he thought of young master. Then he stared at Lin Ling, still thinking about Lin Ling's previous moves. However, he still couldn't see through him. It was too strange. Why wasn't he afraid of his 7 emotions great cosmos? Could it be that this person didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? One had to know that his 7 emotions great cosmos not only countered the power of gods, but also the power of the physical body and soul. Even people with the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be affected. He's just a higher deity. That's not right. He grew bigger just now. Could he have used something? He's just a higher deity. No matter if he grows or shrinks, his realm will never change. That slash that destroyed me just now, could it be? Giant God Pepsi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He realized that he had entered a dead end. His 7 emotions great cosmos was too powerful. Therefore, he assumed that any god would have their strength greatly reduced in the face of this move. However, he had forgotten that the universe had ways to restrain him. Although there were very few in the 7 emotions great cosmos that could restrain him, it wasn't like there weren't any. This meant that the mysterious young man's move just happened to restrain him. Otherwise, how could a mere higher deity destroy his move? I know. At that thought, Giant God Pepsi laughed loudly. His voice interrupted everyone. Previously, everyone had seen Giant God Pepsi in a daze. They knew that he had met his match and was having a headache. But now, they knew that Giant God Pepsi knew the solution. As expected of Giant God Pepsi, Hua Wu and the other gods standing at the gate also smiled. At the same time, 2 more people walked out of the door. The leader was a skinny young man. He wasn't tall and wore a long black robe. His face was pale, and his hands were very, very long, reaching the ground. It was extremely strange. However, his strength was unfathomable. No one could see through him. Beside the young man was a man with chains all over his body. He had a shifty appearance and seemed extremely wretched. Giant God Pepsi, are you not done yet? Young Master Ming is getting more and more unhappy. The man's voice was very sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Waiter, don't worry. I know how to kill him. Giant God Pepsi's body trembled as he hurriedly said. Hua Wu and the others' expressions also changed as they bowed to the young man. Hurry up, the man said unhappily. Yes, waiter. Giant God Pepsi nodded hurriedly. What was strange was that the man was actually called Waiter. This name was like the name of a waiter in a restaurant. Moreover, he looked even more despicable. In fact, this man was indeed a despicable waiter. However, even if he was a despicable waiter, Giant God Pepsi and the others did not dare to underestimate him. This was because they knew that Waiter was young Master Ming's follower. They did not know what young Master Ming was thinking. There were so many followers, but he had to choose a shifty-eyed guy. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. His gaze fell on young Master Ming and his eyes flashed. There were so many experts present, but young Master Ming was the only one he could not see through. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He still had 2 uses of the Immortal exterminating sword array. It was his trump card. Kid, you insist on helping them, right? Your good luck has come to an end. I've seen through your tricks. Chapter 49-26. His was Pangu's strike, the most ancient ability left behind by Pangu. He really didn't know that such an ancient ability could be seen through. However, it was hard to say. After all, the universe was vast and boundless. Anything was possible. It's simple. I've seen through your technique. Take this. Giant God Pepsi roared and turned into a giant as well. Then, a terrifying divine power fell from the sky like a meteor. How terrifying! Many gods felt chills run down their spines and retreated far away. The divine power in Seven's punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could withstand. Huo Wu, little fool, and the others smiled faintly. As for young Master Ming, his eyes were full of disdain, but he nodded slightly. Previously, you destroyed my saber strike because you happened to restrain my 7 emotions great cosmos. Now, I will only use the purest divine power to kill you. Brute force can overcome everything. A domineering voice fell from the sky at the same time. Many people's eyes narrowed. Yes, they had missed this point. No matter how mysterious that young man was, he was only a higher god. Wouldn't he be killed by divine power? 7 had used the 7 emotions universe to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife, which was a thankless task. As expected of 7. His reaction is fast. Someone said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as well. He thought that 7 had seen through his technique. So this was it? What was this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. He punched the sky. It looked like a simple punch, but it was actually Pangu's split the heavens. Lin Ling didn't know if there was any way to counter Pangu's strike, but it was impossible to defeat him with the power of a god. Rumble. Lin Ling's body continued to expand, and so did his fist. In the end, his fist collided heavily with Giant God Pepsi. Boom. With a loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's arm was broken. Then, Lin Ling's left fist punched out again. With another loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's head was blasted apart. Swoosh. Endless blood rained down like a river, and then a giant collapsed. Boom. When the rumbling sound rang out, the city was shaken. Everyone was silent. Young Master Ming and the others narrowed their eyes. Killed with 2 punches? Didn't Giant God Pepsi see through the young man's tricks? Was this what it meant to see through the opponent's tricks? Lin Ling ignored everyone's surprise and returned to his usual size. His eyes calmly looked at everyone. How could this be? He killed a universe giant god with just 2 punches? What kind of technique is this? Sometimes it becomes bigger, sometimes it becomes smaller. How ironic! I almost believed that Giant God Pepsi really knew how to counter it. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all around. Many people were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. They were happy that more and more experts were dying. Lin Ling. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they all looked at Lin Ling. They knew that this matter was not over yet. Besieged city, to be able to sit on the first level and collect tolls, his strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. And now, although Giant God Pepsi was dead, a few more people walked out from the besieged city. Huo Wu. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said. Huo Wu frowned. His strength was comparable to Giant God Pepsi's. If Giant God Pepsi died, then his fate would be the same. You have to kill him. Young Master Ming said once more. Don't worry, young master. Huo Wu knew that he had no other choice. He walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling. His mind was also recalling the scene from before. It was too strange. What kind of technique did this young man use? Moreover, it was so powerful. Why had he never heard of his name in the Dao Tower? Young master, this person is quite powerful. The waiter said to young Master Ming. Only he dared to speak to young Master Ming so casually. A little. Young Master Ming smiled and nodded. Because I can't see through this technique. Hee, don't worry. Huo Wu will definitely find a way. The waiter said flatteringly. At this moment, Huo Wu's eyes were still flickering. He was still searching for Lin Ling's weakness. This was because he knew how powerful giant god Pepsi's 7 emotions great cosmos was. This made him immediately reject many mystiques. Could it be that his attacks are powerful but his defenses are weak? Yes, anything is possible. Huo Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then attacked. His body trembled, and his external incarnation transformed into 9,000 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger had 99% of his strength, and they suddenly exploded, turning into countless red centipedes. Huo Wu, when the universe first formed, was a living being hidden under a huge great law. He listened to the law every day and obtained the Tao from it. His origin was incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Tao, he had killed countless gods in the ancient era. Later, he had incurred the wrath of the giant god, who had attacked him. However, it was said that Huo Wu had escaped, and his whereabouts were unknown. Now that he had resurfaced, it was unknown if he had experienced the tribulation of the world will, or if he was a reincarnation. Perhaps he was the same as Lei Gong and the others, a remnant of the world will's tribulation. I've seen through you. Your attack methods are very powerful. You must have borrowed the strength of your opponent and reflected it back. However, I don't believe your defense is that powerful. Countless red centipedes shot towards Lin Ling. They filled the sky, taking the initiative to attack. In Huo Wu's opinion, he only needed to be on guard against Lin Ling's attacks. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head again. Another self-righteous person. His fists were like a storm as he punched out. Bang bang bang. The ground was broken, and countless Huo Wu were smashed into meat paste. However, even more Huo Wu shot towards Lin Ling, crawling all over Lin Ling's body. Ha, I've caught you. A loud laugh was heard. He succeeded? Many gods' eyes lit up as they licked their lips. They did not believe that there was such a heaven-defying method that could destroy the giant god of the universe with one punch. Therefore, there must be a flaw, and the greatest flaw was probably his defense. Have you had enough? I thought the people besieging the city were some kind of experts. In the end, are they all trash like you who only knows how to play games? But at this moment, Lin Ling roared angrily. His body shook, and all the centipedes fell to the ground. Lin Ling's legs stomped down like meteors. With each stomp, an avatar exploded. How is this possible? You are not afraid of my godly power? Moreover, you are not afraid of my poison? Huo Wu's shocked voice came from the ground. He thought he had seen through Lin Ling's method, but who knew that he did not see through it at all? He had been constantly attacking Lin Ling, but there was no effect at all. Bang! Just as his voice fell, a foot came and stomped the Huo Wu into pieces. No! He only let out a single sound before he was deader than dead. I really admire your courage. Who gave it to you? Liang Jingru? Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against the self-righteousness of these giant gods of the universe. Dead, even Huo Wu is dead. All the gods were frozen on the spot. The second one. Chapter 49-27. In the ancient fortress, everyone stared at Little Fool, their faces extremely solemn. This little fool was thin and had a sharp tongue. They could not understand how this person could become the follower of the fortress's owner. However, in terms of status, this little fool was obviously higher than giant god Pepsi and the others. This person is a little familiar. At this moment, young Master Ming stood with his hands behind his back, staring indifferently at Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to have seen him somewhere before. However, since he came out of the underworld and immediately went to the Tao Pagoda, he had not seen anyone, so he should not be familiar. Kid, you have some ability. You have a power that even I can't see through. Tell me, where did you get it from? If you can satisfy me, perhaps I can spare your life. I can even recommend you to young Master Ming and let you become a god above gods. Little Fool looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to have a lowly status, his words and eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Ling was silent as he sized up Little Fool. He realized that Little Fool had the strength of a giant god of the universe, but there was a mysterious power in his body that seemed to be beyond the steps of gods. This power seemed to be the power of yin and yang. Don't dare to speak? Let me tell you, young Master Ming has his eyes on you. Whether you beg for mercy or not, today's matter must be settled. Little Fool laughed again. He looked at the people beside Lin Ling again. You people have some strength, but only barely enough to enter my eyes. Fine, I'll let you see my power. After Little Fool finished speaking, he did not move, but he floated up. Suddenly, a huge black city appeared behind him. This city stretched for hundreds of miles. It was grand and ancient, like a mountain range lying in front of them. It flickered with a cold-used metallic luster and gloomy cold air. It was as if it was connected to the underworld. It possessed an ancient imprint, and its powerful aura made it hard for people to breathe. Moreover, on the outside of the ancient city, one could faintly see streaks of souls entering and leaving. It was extremely strange. However, those souls gave off a very powerful feeling, because these were not the souls of mortals, but the souls of gods. This was an ancient city that imprisoned the fate of the gods. The child stood in front of the ancient city. He originally had a shifty-eyed appearance, but now he quietly became stalwart. And below the ancient city, Lin Ling looked up. Compared to the majestic ancient city, he was undoubtedly extremely small and insignificant. What a terrifying power! Is this little fool really a little fool? Even a follower is so powerful. Wouldn't young Master Ming, the owner of the fortress, be even more terrifying? They are from the underworld god tribe. I heard that this tribe came from the underworld. The gods surrounding the city were all trembling. They now knew how powerful Little Fool was. This is the ancient city of Yin-Yang. Young Noble Ming gave me 3 million god souls as a reward, and now they all obey my orders. At this time, Little Fool said contemptuously, not to mention a small god like you, even the real primordial giant god is a prisoner in my eyes. Bring it on. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His expression was as calm as ever. He sensed that the effect of Panga's attack was continuing to weaken. It seemed that he had to use another trump card. However, what made him feel troublesome was that there was an even stronger young Noble Ming eyeing him covetously. Young Noble Ming. This was what Lin Ling cared about the most. Hee, I'll let you see the methods of the underworld. Little Fool sneered and was about to attack. Our underworld may seem like a land of reincarnation, but in fact, it is extremely rich. You are in the Dao realm, and we don't need the treasures that the Dao Pagoda seeks. This time, we came for the Dao Pagoda. So, do you think that an ant like you can resist us? After Little Fool finished speaking arrogantly, he opened the ancient city of Yin-Yang with both hands. The gate of the ancient city slowly rose, and rings of underworld energy surged out. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the underworld had been opened. Then, from the pitch-black metal gate, figures rushed out one after another. These people were actually gods, and they were all giant gods of the universe. What? Under the siege, the gods gasped. So many giant gods of the universe? And the giant gods of the universe that rushed out all pounced on Lin Ling, forming a powerful black mist that seemed to want to bring Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin-Yang. Lin Ling wanted to dodge, but there were too many of them. He punched out and only killed one giant god of the universe. However, the destroyed giant god of the universe recovered once again. Like a ghost head, it curled around Lin Ling, stuck to Lin Ling's body, and disappeared. Behind Lin Ling, pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared. These shadows had great power, and they pulled Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin-Yang. The most frightening thing was that these shadows were increasing in number, and the number of giant gods of the universe that rushed out of the ancient city of Yin-Yang was innumerable. 3 million. This was a total of 3 million giant gods of the universe. Although these giant gods of the universe were already dead, they were, after all, once the kings of gods, so they still preserved a lot of their strength. Lin Ling felt that Panga would find it difficult to resist because these shadows were not the power of gods. Panga could not resist them. His body was being pulled step by step toward the ancient city of Yin-Yang. He did not know what would happen after entering the ancient city of Yinyang, but he had a feeling that everything would be troublesome once he entered. Because this was equivalent to entering someone else's universe, he would have to bear the great laws, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Ling. On the ground, the dragon god shouted worriedly and wanted to help. Don't move. However, Lei Gong stopped them. He stared at the gate and said, if we help after we take action, all the gods surrounding the city will also take action. Among them, the most frightening is that young Master Ming. If he joins forces with Little Fool to fight against Lin Ling will have a hard time resisting. Lei Gong was the strongest among them, so he had a rough idea of young Master Ming's strength. Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and suddenly became a giant. His feet were as big as Yinyang Ancient City. A moment ago, he was as small as an ant compared to Yinyang Ancient City, but now Yinyang Ancient City was as small as an ant. Extremely small. What's the use? However, Little Fool was not worried at all. He said disdainfully and arrogantly. The truth was indeed so. Even though Lin Ling had become bigger, his strength was actually the same. The only difference was that after becoming bigger, the range of his attack had increased. He was still being pulled slowly toward Yinyang Ancient City. Although the speed was slow, he would be pulled into the ancient city sooner or later. Rumble. However, at this moment, the sky changed. Rolling darkness came like a tide. Darkness descended.